Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the NLC. The playoffs for Division 2 are insinuating, and we have the very last game in the round one of the lower bracket. Unique, after what only can be called an unfortunate start for them against 42 Gaming, will have to bounce back this time around. Fourth wall might prove a bit of a test, but from what we see on the paper, Dastos, I really can say that depending on which Unique turns up, this can be anyone's series here.
100%. You said about which Unique turns up. What happens if I told you they have a substitute top and a substitute support? So we're not getting the exact same Unique we did last time. So this game is going to be a lot closer than you are expecting, because coming into this, we had the strong Unique versus fourth wall. I think everybody would expect Unique to maybe win in a 3-0 or maybe a 3-1. But today, with those two changes, I think it could be a lot closer. And for the two players that they have changed around top lane, Lundor, somebody who has played for Unique before, so isn't that much of a change for them, but their support is going to be quickest. And fortunately for them, he's a pretty solid one at that. He's been able to play on Lille in LFL Division 2, played for Excel in the LEC, played for Origin. So he's had plenty of experience. So we should have a really good game today.
And he was actually taking that experience in the coach position. And you know what? You and I'm pretty sure that when we were talking about that one, when we were talking about this series in particular, a lot of focus was on Touch, because Touch was one of these players that was here last year. And he was with that invincible lineup from Venom Crest that almost took it all the way without a single defeat. They didn't lose a series, but they dropped a few games. But still, it was
a lot literally one game. One game Venom Crest lost. And they're doing actually pretty well in the EMEA Masters. So if you are an NLC fan, make sure to give them their support, as I believe they're in their last BO3, maybe their second to last, before they can even make it through or get kicked out.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. I mean, Ruddy's there as well, but Ruddy, you know how Ruddy can be sometimes.
Yeah.
So
we forget about Ruddy. They're already out.
Yeah, they're not the real NLC representation anyways. But yeah, back to the point. Back to this game. Touch was with that 2023 Venom Crest, and we had a lot of expectations, like veterancy. You talk about things like that, but it didn't really pan out, and now he's out. The coach is in, so they didn't really lose on that experience aspect. But one of the things that I'm worried about is how the bot lane will go, because when we were looking at this matchup, I feel like in my books, and definitely in your books, the bot lane was going to be a major play point for Unique to win out of.
Completely. Fourth wall most likely will be playing towards their jungle and Unique for this bot lane. And can you blame them? Their AD carry Deadhound is clearly top 1 or maybe top 2 in the league. The things he likes to play are those hyper carries, loves that Jinx, loves that Seri, something to carry in towards that late game, because most of their games last towards 30 minutes. So it gives him the opportunity to try to carry through.
Yeah, carry through, and they usually do. And on the other side, you're talking about farming a lot, scaling up. Vardax is one of the most experienced players in the entirety of any Division 2 of any RL. But at the same time, he really hasn't been able to step up to the newer generations. Yes, he's able to farm well. He's able to stay passive. He doesn't really do a lot of impact. But one of the things that I alluded to before we went on air is I feel like he's really trying to imitate that Ghost play style, where you just rely on Theodore, you rely on Bash. Both of them has been amazing. Even Wantage have really had a couple pop-off games. And, when you rely on these solo lanes, Vardax doesn't have to do a whole lot. But when you're up against Deadhound, you really need him to show up here with his veterancy.
And that's definitely true. Vardax, one of those most experienced players, already played in the LEC before, been the top of the top, even got himself to Worlds a few times. But the problem is, when I was looking at the stats, he was bottom 4, bottom 5 for practically everything. And AD carry cares for CS per minute, KDA, and everything above that. So it really feels like it's coming down to, can they play around this mid-jungle enough? Because the way that they've actually been building their comps have been pretty much for that. Because when I've been looking at what he's been playing, he's picked the Yezreal and he's picked the Brand. 2 champions that can push out the lane, give priority, and just say, hey, man, carry me through this.
Yeah, which is definitely something that we can see. On the other side, however, Bash is really known for the Zyra. He's been able to pilot that pretty well. And that actually does draw a very intriguing dynamic of, well, how do you want to approach that game? Because you said it yourself, there's that mid-jungle synergy is age-old, but I feel like on the other side, if I have Theodore on my team, I might as well just, let Wantage do Wantage thing. He's really good at facilitating the play and making mid lane stable as well. And then allow Theodore, who, especially in the last few weeks of regulation, he's been really stepping up his individual performance. And he walked in, because we had an interview in the last day, he had a ton of confidence heading into playoffs.
And isn't that the most important thing? Is Gray and us all said, wow, they played Gray in the regular split. But you can still lose a few games there and it doesn't matter as long as you get into the playoffs. And fourth wall sneaking themselves into there. And with the team and the roster they have, I think they might be able to do something here, but they have to be aggressive early on because the biggest thing that I've seen fourth wall struggle with is their early game. When I was looking at their stats, they're about minus 800 gold an average in the first 15 minutes. So if they want to try and beat Unique here, they have to try and change that around.
Yeah, they might have to try to change that. But in the same sense, Unique is one of these teams that have a very exploitable weakness, and you can just try to play around that in that sense. Because, you've seen what happened in the 42 gaming game, and they just really had a very solid early game. But that's the thing. It's solid, but they don't really play for their leads. They know that they're good at team fights, and they want to play around that. And that's where I would completely agree with you. I think the first few skirmishes are going to be make or break for fourth wall. They're able to win maybe one or two of these trades early on by the Grubs or by the Dragon. The entire landscape of the series might change. But my main worry is that fourth wall as well hasn't really been one of these teams that are at least skirmishing towards the bot side. Towards the top side, they've been able to do that. But towards the bottom lane has been my main worry. And, you can say that for the other side as well, because Grissom really loves to roam. But now he might actually be a double-edged sword, because now you're leaving your AD carry and what could be a 1v2, even a 1v3 if the jungler arrives. And that kind of limits your pool of champions that you can pick in that AD carry spot.
It's all about splitting the map then, trying to make sure that you have priority towards the top lane. It's okay if you lose something down towards the bot lane, if your top laner becomes the bigger lead. But when you look at the champ pool that Theodore likes to play up there, it's stuff like the Olaf, like the Gnar, even the Cassante sometimes. And with champions like Olaf and Gnar, they could be amazing if you give them huge kills early on, as they could push that through in a 1-3-1 and win through those side lanes. So if 4-4 want to play that way, I have no issue with it. I just want to see them be proactive in the early game, because I don't think Unique can do much in the early from what I've seen, because it takes them over one Baron a game to try and finish it off. They usually take 1.1 to 1.2 Barons, showing that even when they get it, they just don't know how to end the game.
Yes, but in the same sense, we talked about the team. They like to play hyperscaling, and there's a lot of attention towards champions like Jinx and Zeri. And Zeri is a champion that only really comes truly online on 2 or 3 items. That's when Zeri becomes unstoppable, unless you have the entire draft that is stacked against just her. So it makes sense that the game actually do last a bit long, but in that same sense, Zeri is also known to be susceptible to early play, which is something that maybe you can see Wantage bring out, because Wantage has actually been pretty confident on the Azir and the Yone, 2 champions that are very good in picking off champions like the Jinx, like the Zeri, and even can play around some of the champions that Banana still likes to play in the jungle, akin to the Poppy and the Vi. But in that sense, it has just become a coin flip. Like, which one of these 2 teams are going to bring out their A game, and which one of these 2 teams are really not going to have the best of games? Because in that sense, everybody's playing just to win their lanes on the side of fourth wall. And while I might have had some trust in them at a few times, my bank on fourth wall right now isn't really that high. Like, my stock couldn't go that much higher just due to the...
So you're not all in, saving that cash for maybe another game. Completely agree with you there. Now, there was one champion you talked about a lot, and that was the Zeri pick, which Decider Unique absolutely loves. They either pick it in the mid or they pick it in the AD carry position. And that is so crucial for why they've been doing so well in these playoffs or earlier on in the regular season, because the flexibility they have of saying, you know what, Zeri can't really work on towards the bot lane because, like you said, people getting over aggressive, can't keep you safe here. So they pivot towards the mid lane, just allow it to scale up there and then become massive in those team fights. So with that champion, I do have to give the leg up to the side of Unique from the way they want to play. And to make even more interesting on top of that, Corki, someone that we've seen a lot in the mid lane, can also get flexed towards the bot lane. Unique's the only team in NLC Div 2 that flexes both of these champs around.
Yeah, they flex both of these champs, and they've had success with them in either role as well. It isn't like really when you send it to Dusty instead of Deadhound, it doesn't actually transition that well. In fact, it's quite the opposite. Like Dusty's actually been more successful on the Zeri sometimes in comparison to Deadhound. But that depends on the draft. But that is going to be a much different play field now in the best of 5, with the enemy team on fourth wall and just say, hey, we identify what's the problematic part, and then we can play different things. Because, when I think about Bash, Bash is really good in the Sejuani, and the Sejuani can absolutely lock down either the Zeri or the Corki, who's even going to be an easier target to lock down and maybe try to abuse a bit more if that comes out of the draft.
And most importantly with Sejuani, it's a low economy jungler, meaning that you can make ganks happen practically whenever you want, giving up a few camps there just to try and find another kill. So I think this Sejuani might be an amazing pickup on the side of fourth wall if they want to. But the problem is, who do you want to focus? Do you want to focus Dusty or Deadhound? Because both of these players can solo win you the game. For example, Dusty in the mid lane had second best for KDA, is third best in the position of the gold graphs, and second best for CS per minute. So Unique, if you leave either Deadhound or Dusty alone, I believe that they will be able to win the lane, or if not, at least get themselves ready for that late game. Because if it gets to that 15, 20, maybe even 25 minutes, I feel like Unique just take it from there.
They might take it from there, but what we have seen from that 42 gaming series, however, is that sometimes they really take that confidence a bit too far. Maybe like they're etching on the side of arrogance, and that's a fine line to walk on.
If you have to decide a team, you could have either a point A, they are super safe, they never really make mistakes, they never push their lead, or a team like Unique where, yes, they make mistakes, but you see the potential of them getting higher. And if Unique don't go for these things, I don't think they have an opportunity after fourth wall to get further in this series. So I want to see a lot of adaptations and a lot of risk from this team, because this is the only game they have the opportunity to make mistakes and still win the game.
I mean, I don't disagree whatsoever. For me, what happened, however, was that they took these mistakes a bit too far. It's like, okay, guys, we lost game 1. We took a few risks. That's fine. You still got 2 more games. It happened again in game 2. 42 Gaming really had a stellar game 2, but in game 3, like, that's when that confidence can turn into desperation. And you really are just trying to make a play to give yourself some confidence, to maybe drive the wheel back in your favor. And sometimes you need to learn to be passive. And I feel 100%. Like that's the weirdest part, because for my money in that best of 5, 42 Gaming was the team that was actually more controlled, which, considering that we were calling them, the blood crazed maniacs all throughout the regular season, see them still, by the way, they played really aggressively, but to understand when and why to do these aggressive plays of there and that best of 5 was a much different color than what we have seen from Unique, especially in the later games.
The most important thing that I find as well is me and Brackish a couple of weeks ago were able to make a podcast on the NLC, thinking about what teams we want to go for. And I think the 42 Gaming most likely going to at least get themselves towards the finals, as I felt that there was something there for them. So Unique losing to them was kind of expected, because they're a slower paced team that gets themselves towards the late game. And I think the best way to describe them is maybe Rogue in 2022, 2023, the team that was safe. They always got towards these playoffs, but never was able to win it, because there was another team who was more aggressive, who was able to push these leads. They didn't really understand how to go further from this. So Unique needs to make quite a few changes if they want to get further. And to make it even more difficult, they still got 2 new players. They're mechanically amazing, but how well can teams fit together? Because it's pretty much, yes, they can maybe do it, but I personally don't have to believe that 2 new players can come in and just instantly fit in.
Yeah, instantly fit in. It might be a bit more difficult for Lundorf, even, because you're not even just talking about somebody who's coming back instantly fresh in, but Lundorf got a lot of ring rust on him. At least Quicketh was in the team environment. He was one of the coaches for the team, so he understands the dynamics. If anything, he might actually be one of the people that has set up these dynamics themselves. So that might be a bit more of a shoo-in. Lundorf, for me, is going to be the big question mark, because Theodore has been very confident in his individual ability. And as he said, he's not afraid to bring out these champions that need to hard win lane. Things like the Olaf, like the Gnar. They have their spot in the meta, they have their spot in teams, but they rely on the condition of Theodore being able to pilot these champions to a specific degree of confidence.
Yeah, that Olaf, I remember the time where Theodore was able to pilot it perfectly, absolutely bully out a Gragas in one of those regular split games and just practically solo win it from the side of fourth wall. So he can definitely do that more. But one champion I'm quite surprised that Theodore hasn't picked up is that Camille, because I've been casting a lot of EMEA Masters. Camille just seems to be absolutely rampant and practically the best solo laner in this late game.
Yeah, I mean, Camille has a lot of pros to herself, really, if you think about that. She's excellent to Xante, something that everybody's been picking. And not just that, she's also excellent into these meta AD carries. When you think about the slippery AD carries, much like the Zeri, much like the Kaisa that Hound actually also likes to play, then you think, okay, yeah, this is a perfect pick. You can play on the side lane against the Cassante once the game goes long enough. And in the team fights and skirmishes, you have a very clear objective that just aids your team, which is I'm going to press R on the Zeri. The Zeri is not going to be able to play the game. She's going to be caught. She's going to be killed, even if it's a 1-for-1 trade. We talked about how important killing either Dusty or Deadhound, and they've been able to do that with the Camille. That's going to make things much easier for them.
Yeah, completely. I'm super excited to see maybe a burst down of the AD carry. But I think one big thing that we have to think about is if they want to play for the side lanes on fourth wall, they need to get some early game dragons, mostly because if you give dragons over to the side of Unique, they can keep scaling up like they want to. And most importantly, it forces you to fight them. So if they can get a pretty strong bot lane, use Fardex, the power of, having a bigger brain for being the LEC to get maybe a lead down there, push that into 2 dragons, then mostly stay defensive, put them towards the mid lane, and then just allow your jungler and your top laners to carry you. Because Theodore, I know he has it in him, he just has to execute it today.
Yeah, he definitely has it in him. And I do agree with you in that fact. And I think that's actually the way that we're probably going to see the game unfold. Is that we have fourth wall, they're just going to be more aggressive early on, and they're going to be able to take control of these early dragons, much like what we see in the higher levels of Prey, where you see some teams just say, hey, we're going to take our objectives early on because we like playing the lanes, so we take our maximum advantage of the lane, and then, we already had 1 or 2 dragons, maybe we got 3 out of the 6 grubs, and that gives you the leeway to try to play for these picks in the mid game, which is something that I feel like fourth wall really, with their champion pools and the way that the team has been playing, they really rely on these picks. And when they get it, especially against a team like Unique that has a lot of champions that are in their comfort, that are very susceptible to being picked off, much like the Zeri, much like even something like the Vi, really, later on in the game, she's not really that tanky. She's really good early on in the game, but in the mid to late game transition, or even in the mid game itself, the Vi can be a priority target to pick off, and then you can transition yourself into a Baron, into accelerating those side lane pushes. And that's something that they can play against. But as he said, Unique, they understand how to play the map. They got the experience under their belt. So if they don't lose too hard in the early game, they might as well just, as he said, stack the dragons, get themselves to that soul point, and then their better team fighting, at least with the 5 members that they had, would have carried them. With the 2 new members, I'm not really sure, but I would still give them the edge just because they have the 2 important carries that are still on the team and still got the same synergy.
Yeah, and now the question has to be, if there are 2 new members, it is the support and it is the top lane. The top lane doesn't really matter. They know how to play the game. Theodore's been around for a pretty long time. Sorry, Lundorf has been around in different scenes as well. But if the support is one of the big factors and you like to play for Deadhound, it's a lot more difficult to get that support jungle synergy without ever really playing together. So maybe the opportunity is to play around your mid lane, play around Dusty, because then you could have the opportunity of the AD carry knows how to stay safe. You can have more of a defensive bot lane, even the center Tarm. They don't want to go for anything too spicy early on. And then you can have your mid lane, your jungle play for that 2v2. Maybe it is against Basher, it's quite risky. But I feel like that's the best opportunity if Unique want to try and find a lead early game, whereas everybody else just try scale up to that big game team fight.
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely an option, but my main perspective was just the fact that we got Wantage on the side of fourth wall, and Wantage is very good on these facilitator champions that don't really have a lot of worries about being ganked. Like when you think about the pool, the Yona's there. Maybe the Yona's the most susceptible thing. Tristana as well, which is something that he has played a lot, but that's just due to the meta. You look at the other champions, really. Look at the Azir, the Syndra, the Taliyah. These 3, they don't worry too much about that fact. And well, we're going to be heading straight into the game. And just for confirmation, Unique will lose one of their bans in that draft here.
Yeah, because of those changes coming through, of course, it's going to be a little bit late minutes. So fourth will get that ban off them. But when we think about late game, one of the junglers is best at is going to be that Ivan, so taken instantly away from the side of Unique. So I'm going to be more curious about if they want to try and ban away Theodore's champions on the side of Unique, make sure that your top lane has a safe pickup there, or if they want to try and ban away those meta picks, Sejuani that you talked about, very popular in the early game, able to get a lot doing, or even some of these AP junglers like Zyra or Brand, they've been very prominent.
Yeah, they've been very prominent, but I feel like, yeah, I understand the jungle focus, especially that Maokai can also be flexed into support, and then you can play a very aggressive support setup with the AD carry, and then how it is known to play Kai'Sa. Kai'Sa Maokai can easily become a snowball lane, so I understand that, but a lot of focus on the junglers and really no bans whatsoever for the AD carries that we're dominating, and that's what I expected. I expected at least 2, and we're gonna get 2, but not the one I expected. I mean, Kai'Sa's open, but it's gonna be an Aurora B1.
Okay, Aurora is flexible towards the top lane or towards the mid lane. An amazing pickup into these Bruiser-esque champions. So this actually lowers the champ pool that you can play towards the top lane. I expect Unique here to probably pick up their jungler and their support. I know that Sejuani is pretty much available. And you do not pick Rumble here. Rumble gets absolutely countered.
I mean, my head was like, okay, Lundor,
no,
you got one job. Just pick a ranged top laner, pick an R, and you instantly win.
Who do you think counters Rumble the most?
Aurora.
Aurora. If you look up statistics, anything on Analytics, Aurora's the biggest counter towards that. Of course, being competitive games will make it a little bit different. But London most likely want to be on comfort, so we'll have to see what that Rumble can do to them. Sejuani coming through makes that Lilia ban make a lot more sense. But I still expect Fourth Wall to maybe come for a little bit more AP towards the jungle, but instead we'll be picking up that Udyr, fine in towards that Sejuani. And here you just pick up AD carry, no?
I mean, AD carry, even support really is also an option, but I would agree with you. I think AD carry is definitely the easier choice. You just pick up something here that will make your life a lot easier in terms of how do you want to establish a team, because you already got the front line in the Udyr. You're also going to have the support that's going to enable that, but you give yourself the flexibility here with the Lucian that can also still go mid, because the Tristana is still on the board, and he's really good in the Tristana. In the same sense, if you are able to force out a Nami ban, just by the mere virtue of having the Lucian, there are also other combinations that Lucian can go in the bot lane and not have a lot of troubles. Also, Lucian is pretty good against Corki, so it feels like Unique is really drafting against themselves right now with these first 3 picks.
Yeah, doing really well on the way they've been drafting. Corki, remember, flexible towards that bot lane on the side of Unique. Ezreal was definitely pickable from the side of Unique. If they pick that up, fighting towards that Lucian early on does get pushed in, but in the late games could be this front-to-back fight. Do you really want to go? But coming through the next side, the Braum is going to get taken away from Unique. Wanted to go for more of a team fight engaged comp with the Sejuani and with that Rumble. Rel still open for them, which I would absolutely love for Unique. Rel Ultimate plus Rumble, something that is very popular.
Yeah, it's popular. Of course, the other more popular version is that Leona that enables a lot of pick potential with a Sejuani. That's something fatal, so you gotta look out for that, which is why we see Fourth Wall banning that one out. I understand the first ban is support, the second one is just to try to shoehorn that Lucian into going towards the bot side, but with the Kai'Sa still being an option, I feel like if you are on the side of Fourth Wall, you just let the Kai'Sa be. If she's picked from Unique, you counter pick into her and you just do that. Yeah, you ban the Rel, you just give less options to these combos, and they go for the Smolder that can scale really hard later into the game. But Fourth Wall are slated for domination in the mid game if they just pick the right champions to round out their comp.
Yeah, they can really have some early game aggression. Even Nautilus here could be nice. Them gives themselves the engage opportunity and plenty of damage with that Lucian if they want to pair it towards the bot lane. So most likely have that coming through. But this still allows the Vel, who pretty much instantly counters that. Fortunately, I did see they banned it away, so don't have to worry about that much. And now, it has to be a Lucian mid into the Corki. It's great prio. Get yourself an aggressive ADC. If they play Draven here...
No. I have the tech. That's a Taliyah mid game right there from Vantage. Vantage can play Taliyah mid. It plays really well into Sejuani. Corki as well. Smolder also got his dash, so he countered that. And you still got one more champion, but the Yone just... Okay, that's the entire script flip. He's still going to be bot lane on the Lucian side, but now you know what you want to do on the side of Fourth Wall. You see 280 carries, and they're just going to disappear.
Yeah, be too AP heavy if you went for that Taliyah. So instead, we'll be picking up that Young. On this last pick, has to be a support. There's not really any major engage options left except the Rakan. I'm a massive fan of this. Everything else has been taken away. Alistar, Everybody is pretty close range onto 4th wall, especially with that Aurora ultimate. So I'm liking it a little bit more than that Rakana. It is going to be locked in. When I'm looking at both of these comps, I think we're pretty good on our prep. 4th wall, pretty much in that early game, can do team fighting later on. While Unique is, they're scaling, except for the top lane, which is meant to be their damage source, but loses terribly in that matchup.
Loses heavily. I mean, Theodore has been really impressive on the melees from my front. It's just the way that the ranged matchups are gonna play, because he's got a good Gnar, but the Gnar also got that melee aspect to him with the Mega Gnar and the playmaking that you can make. Aurora just plays that entirely differently to anything that I've seen in Theodore's pool, which is my one little worry. But in the same sense, I feel like the rest of the team comps really rounds it up beautifully. You got Bash and the Udyr. He's going to be uninterruptible. I mean, the Udyr can just decide, hey, I'm going to pop up my evolved Ram stance, and he's just going to tank that Sejuani ultimate, or even can try to tank off that engage. Maybe look for the Phoenix form as well. And a lot of options that are available for 4th wall. And I'm just trying to look at Unique and seeing, okay, what can they do as a contingency in the mid game or in the early game? And I don't really see any winning line for them whatsoever out of all 5 of these champions. So they're going to need to be creative, which can actually open up the avenue for a lane swap here for them.
Can definitely go for that lane swap if they want to. Smolder, not the fastest at taking these towers, and with that Alistar as well, not really the biggest fan of. But if Dusty was able to pick that Yone, imagine that comp instead. Rumble top lane, Sejuani jungle, paired up with that Yone as well. Now that would have been scary, because you could have been banning away the LeBlanc, something that we know the side of 4th wall's mid laner doesn't pick up. So definitely different possibilities here. But for me, I have to give it to the side of 4th wall. I think that they have enough in the early game. If they can push it through, they should be able to win here.
Yeah, not just the early game as well. Like, their team comp really thematically counters what you want to do on Unique. You got a lot of pick potential, you got a lot of engage, and the Yone can easily just keep chasing down the champions. So their only hope is the Smolder can go late enough, stack hard enough, to the point that they can carry the game on their own on the side of that Hound. But we're going to see how that transpires in the Rift. Other than that, the one minigame that I always love to have with these very aggressive teams. Which lane do you think the first blood will be on?
Can't be mid lane. It's Corki versus Yone. That's a resident sleeper. Jungle doesn't matter. I think I have to give it to top lane. The main reason I think I have to give it to top lane is because of Aurora versus Rumble. It's not the funnest matchup, and bot lane should be pretty safe.
Yeah, bot lane should be pretty safe. Let's see what they're going to do as we head on to the Rift for our best of 5 between 4th wall and Unique. 4th wall to pick themselves all the winning cards. And I pretty much see everything as it should be from the two sides, like in terms of summoners, in terms of keystones, nothing out of the ordinary. But my main concern for this game early on is going actually to be maybe Wantage level 1 through 4. Because at that point, maybe you can see Quick as just say, hey, like the Smolder, he might actually be pushed under the turret, and that can allow the Alistar to roam, and maybe a 3-man play towards mid. That can be their way through to break the 4th wall aggression early.
And that's all about if Smolder can try to get the push in the bot lane. Pretty difficult into Illusion that has that 2-tap passive, can clearly push out those waves very quickly. But 4th wall, pressure in the mid lane, pressure in the top lane, and pressure in the bot lane. I want to see Bash invade. I want him to try and bully out this Sejuani, see if they can get anything done in towards this early game. And this is such an important game for Unique. The confidence boost they're going to be able to have by having a sub top and a sub support and still winning out compared to 4th wall. I mean, a win's always good. It's a confidence no matter what.
Yeah. And you gotta remember, like, this might as well be their entire road to promotions just shattered right there, especially your 4th wall. Because they really need to at least make it towards that top 2 to have a chance of making the promotion in the next year. For the start, Unique, well, seems it's going to be the lane that will actually match up against each other. No lane swaps, no shenanigans happening right there, but an early hook can change the facet of the lane, but it will not happen. It's going to be pretty passive, and the junglers are both pathing in opposite directions, which means that Bananasty might end up top early on to try to alleviate some of the pressure of the Rumble.
Yeah, Bash can try to go all towards the bot lane or do a 3-camp clear. Both of these champions very good at ganking early on if they have set up CC, and especially in this bot lane, plenty of that. was bot lane. Nice little trade coming out. You could just see the issue when you pick Smolder and Alistar in the early game. You just can't play the game yet.
Yeah, the level 1 is just woeful, I'm gonna be completely honest with you. And even more than that, maybe it's just my own opinion. I know that it has been nerfed, but I feel like the D-Ring W start on the Smolder really alleviated a lot of the pressures that you might be having early on in the game, especially against such an aggressive but also short range lane off a fourth wall. That's something that I maybe was expecting. So for the fact that they go D-Blade, sure, they're going to have more lifesteal in the long term, so they might heal like 100 or 200 more health in the long term, but that can be made up with a potion, and they're not going to have the mana to keep farming the W and try to basically set up the lane in the right way, because now the lane is going to bounce back into fourth wall. In the same time, the bash is going to be there, and the lane gank is a very real possibility that they will have to be worrying about here on Sudden.
And this is just super smart, knowing that you can always control the wave towards bot lane. They push through in, and with it bouncing back, they should minimum be able to get a flash out of someone on the side of Unique. And you have to question Sejuani, if they don't get sight towards the top lane, can they really say that this was a good position? Because they could have pathed towards the bot lane, saved their bot lane from having anything happen. Because towards the top side, there's been an amazing ward by the side of Theodore, so he should be able to catch out if Baniasti wants to go up there.
Yeah, but he didn't even go there. He just did his full clear recall and is instantly going to hover back towards that Dragon's Pit, knowing that he needs to bail out his teammates, and he can see the movement from Dusty as well. The main problem is, either of them are going to have some deficiencies. Dusty don't really have the most amount of mana, so even if you can cancel the recall from Udyr, you couldn't really pressure him outside of that much. But either way, it didn't even get to that point, and he wasted even more mana with that Phosphorus Bomb, which is going to make the situation a bit more difficult. But one engage from one side, and Vardax now really trying to get a range, but a great denial by Quicksys. The main problem is, now he's the one in the firing line, but Sejuani is going to be there for the first gank, looking for the flash angle. Vardax flash as well, and he's going to keep his life.
They just have no mana available as top lane. Good little trading.
Re-engage from Bash, got the unstoppable form, and he's gonna go for that one. And even the Phoenix form flash out, but Lundorf should be dead to rise. He's slowed enough. Bash needs one more hit, and he is going to get it. First blood to fourth wall.
Yeah, really well played by the Aurora, slowly kiting backwards, allowing Bash to come up. And Lundorf should know the enemy jungler was spoiled towards the bot side. Of course, is going to be towards the top side now. And with that gank going over, we see first blood over towards the top lane, and it's going to be even more difficult for this Rumble, and even towards the bot lane as well. That AD carry had no mana. Vardax wasn't able to hit that 2-tap pass one to anyone, and that's the reason that even if you have a Smolder and Alistar that are super weak early, if you have no mana on Lucian, it's going to look a lot closer than you expect.
Yeah, it definitely looked really close, and the fact that he got the flash of the Lucian might be a problem later on in the ganks, but Vardax still has that barrier, which does actually allow them to maintain control with how aggressive they want to be playing against Unique. But Unique, well, I feel like they put themselves in a really good spot in the bot lane, but my main worry now is, sure, the Rumbles is a bit ahead in CS, but Theodore is going to catch up, and once they do, it's going to be problematic. Wantage does not have the ultimate, so even if they look for the angle on Quicksys here, it's going to be a bit too far, and they're going to have to look back. And I love the control from Unique. The fact that Bananasty decided to ignore that dragon and just give it the fourth wall because they know that they're weaker in the bot lane, but also making sure that Lundorf is not really falling that far behind. If anything, they're even garnering more of a lead. TP coming in, that might be the dive right here.
Yeah, 100%.
Oh, there it goes. Easy dive and easy work. Lundorf get that kill. No kill in return either. Bananasty able to stave off the last tower shot. Fourth wall will get a dragon for their worry, but not really a whole lot more for consolation. And fourth wall, well, if they've got what they wanted on the boss side, they paid a pretty expensive price in the top.
Yeah, going to be really happy with how that worked out. And Theodore was doing the correct thing at the start. He went for the reset because he knew that something was going to happen towards the top lane. But just walk to lane instead. Allow the tower to just get hit. You don't have to go for that extended place. And now that he's died as well, the trade that was going to be even for the side of fourth wall is completely not, as those Merc treads already finished for Rumble, going to be a lot happier in this 1v1. And that's the issue with picking Aurora top lane. It's amazing in the 1v1 if it is a 1v1. But if you constantly have the jungler up there, it's not going to be a fun time. And yet again, we see Baniasti towards the top lane, making sure that Lundorf will be able to collect this wave and get him scaling into this game.
Yeah, getting into this game, they might. Banana stays close, but Bash is not that far off either. But Theodore has to be very careful
Just
because the
up
rotation
cruise.
there. Yeah, the rotation from the Grubs is gonna make sure that Unique is in place, and maybe even Dusty is also closer towards the Grubs rotation. So not a whole lot that they can do on Force Wall, and they already team. I don't even see them really garnering any leads. Even the bot lane, like Deadhound is still pretty well off. Even still have the flash and the barrier, so no kill pressure despite landing that hook. Sculling is gonna come in, but Quicksilver is gonna dodge most of it, and now Vardax is the one that is trying to do the damage, but the Alistar is gonna heal up. Deadhound also has that fleet footwork, so everything is going Unique's way.
Bot lane.
Oh, they land another hook, they get the kill, and that's gonna be important. That goes towards Vardax, and that's the lead that they exactly wanted in that bot fight.
Yeah, the flash getting taken as well. Unique in a really difficult situation. They can almost dive Deadhound again if they want to, as Unique will be getting themselves a decent trade towards that top side, going to be able to pick up those Void Grubs. And this is because of two reasons. Mostly because of the top lane, of course, winning out Lundorf with that little kill, was able to just walk under the tower and have a good time. But mid lane as well hasn't gotten that Vampiric Scepter yet onto Wantage, which does allow Corki to poke them out and gain priority in that lane, as I think they're looking for a dive again.
Well, they definitely set up another
Theodore
one. This
can't do
time,
anything.
Theodore just got to be wiser for that one because Bash is there and they can easily catch Banana Stay. Remember, Theodore still has ult. He's looking for the damage. Bash just goes by, and sure, Lundorf is there, but remember, he used the Equalizer to push the wave, and now they got the time, they got the space, and Theodore is going to easily pick up that.
Yeah, no information on Unique. It's great and all trying to go for that dive, but you have to do it fast or you're going to be getting picked off. So Fourth Wall yet again being able to turn this around and get themselves a kill, as the Vampiric Scepter has been finished for Vardax and Wantage in this mid lane, meaning they should be a lot more comfortable to be able to farm up in these solo lanes. So maybe Fourth Wall can head towards the top side now and try to support this top laner who kind of needs it right now.
Yeah, some support is definitely necessary. But in the same time, I feel like your timings are going to be important. You got a minute to help Theodore, because by the time you got one final minute left on that dragon, you really need to put your numbers there. Of course, Grissom has been alleviated a bit with the roaming, because they know that the wave is going to push into Vardax, and without the depth charge, they understand that they don't really have the biggest of potentials in fighting that kill without Bash being there. So I understand Grissom moving around the map. The main concern, though, with Grissom moving around, is that now you lost the priority on the bot lane, and you need to make something happen in top. Otherwise, we can see a three-man push that are looking for Wanted. But Lundorf is going to fall down first. Easy work there. Theodore picks up his second, and now it's all eyes onto Wanted from the side of Unique. They need to find a kill back, but they've been spotted in the wars, so they will have to just shut down that entire mission.
No TP available as well from Lundorf, so we'll be losing two waves off that. So good punches back from Theodore should be starting to go towards his favor, but nobody's been able to get two string kills in a row, so haven't been able to become these massive leads. Sejuani yet again heading towards this top side after this reset, I must expect, trying to help their top laner go, as first dragon already taken by Fourth Wall, next one up in the next 50 seconds, so maybe their opportunity to get this game going is by getting these early dragons through the priority in mid and bot.
Yeah, early dragons will be found, and I assume, as we said, afterwards it's going to be a bit more of a slower state, because we're seeing that Rod of Ages coming out of Theodore. Of course, that's a usual buy, but you buy with the understanding that for the next 10 minutes, I'm not going to be able to actually be at my apex, but by the time you get that full stacks of the Eternity and you get that extra skill point, that's when the Rod... Oh, wait, no, that's the Mythic item. Okay,
I mean, you can tank.
Totally forgot about that, yeah.
You can tank with the item at least. A Rumble can't one-shot you with the Sejuani on the tower. Give yourself the possibility, you can see there. All the stats behind it, beautiful. And as Unique have decided, who needs top lane? We have a dragon to take, so they will be heading on to Gressin here. Has the flash.
Speaking of the dragons, though, Deadhound is called a big one, and Mama has just set fire on Grissom. Death Stars has come in, Bash is close by, and they pretty much got everything off of Grissom. They got the flash, they got the depth charge, and that should be an easy dragon take for them, especially with Dusty taking that prior towards mid lane. We see them starting it, but we also see Fourth Wall deciding that their priority is trying to deny as many plays as possible from the other side.
Gimme. Unique's going to be able to pick up that second dragon, and that all comes down to Deadhound finding a nice pick off onto Grissom. Yes, they didn't find the kill, but going to be pretty happy with how that play goes. But Fourth Wall going to be able to pick themselves up the Void Grubs on the other end. They have actually two options here. One is to head towards the top side, maybe try and dive Lundorf before any of this happens, or instead try to see how many Void Grubs you can get. And it will look like they will try for the Void Grubs with only one member strong. Going to have to give up these two. A Unique being able to grab the Dragon and able to grab up most of these Void Grubs as well. Big win.
They found her timing and they abused it, as he said, and that is where, we were speaking about Vardax, him not really being the most aggressive AD carry, and that pick with Illusion, it does not seem to be synergizing that well, because while Vardax is doing well in lane, the fact that he was that passive by the time that Grissom was that deep in was the main problem. However, they're only gonna get one of these three scrubs in the second rotation. Lundorf might be caught, Bash got the involved ram form, but they're not gonna elect for the dive, knowing that the equalizer is there of the Rumble. They're just going to be happy, forcing him to recall, getting Bananasty into that top lane position, which might mean that we actually might finally see Wantage looking to roam outside of mid, because that's something that I've been really looking forward to, because he hasn't been having the best of times in the mid lane, but he also really hasn't been having the leniency to get out of the lane as well, because he's being constantly pushed in by the core.
I mean, that's a 30 CS lead. He's having a rough time. For players of this caliber, a 30 CS lead is an ouch. That's practically, well, not practically, it is a full kill up Dusty is in towards the mid lane. Really just showing why Dusty is the second best at CSing in the whole entire league. You leave him in the mid lane, don't have to do much for him, and he will find his old leads as Lundorf has the ultimate.
Oh, and Theodore has to flash away. Lundorf now overheated. It has nothing left, but he's forced Theodore out of that one. Recall and the TP are going to be expended from the Aurora, but that means no summoners are left. If Bananasty was there in the top side, that might have been the entire lane over. Thankfully, the force wall, Sejuani is towards the other part of the map. But as I say that, the Aurora actually decides to completely ignore the top lane, and Theodore is just moving towards the bot side of the map now.
They're going to try and see if they can get anything happening. Heading towards the top lane, seeing if they can grab themselves up the Rift Herald. Void Grubs haven't gone too much towards either of these ways, so I don't expect much priority towards this Rift Herald. As Unique should be able to pick this up without any contention. However, Lucian and Sejuani here as well. Maybe Fourth will want to try something, but they're just too late. Look at where this jungler is, Bash. Nowhere nearby. Should just be able to give this.
Yeah, but they might look for the fight even after they bring it down if they wanted to. But Bash is a little bit too late to the party. Even if he looks for angle on Quickstep, it should be an easy pulverize away, and the headbutt as well. And, well, that's not going to happen, and that means that Unique, again, are able to stabilize the game. And I feel like they even stabilized it better than we thought, because by 14 minutes, we anticipated Force Wall to have at least like both rotations of the grubs and 2 dragons, and they only got in 1 and only 4 of these grubs, and that even might get worse for them because Gerson is caught. It's pretty tanky. He got the death charge off. Gerson is still alive, and he finds another hook. Wixus is very low on health. Can they finalize? Yes, they will. Vardak finds the last shot.
And Quicker gets taken out there, and Fourth will finally using the power they have in towards the bot lane to get something back into that, as they might. Okay, Ultimate, hello. Good to see you, Mum. Absolute pleasure. Isn't going to be able to find anything, as Lundorf towards this bot lane is fully uncontested here. Nobody on the side of Fourth Wall is anywhere nearby. Has no TP available. Just going to be able to clear out this wave again and get a lot of that tower. And my biggest issue with how Fourth Wall have been playing is they haven't really been playing for top, haven't really been playing for bot lane, while your most aggressive lanes is that Lucian and Aurora early.
Yeah, they were supposed to be the 2 most aggressive ones, but Unique made their choice. They said, hey, we are just going to abandon that Hound and Quickstep, and they're going to have to adapt to whatever that they're throwing at them outside of that very first gank. They just stabilized the lane around level 4 or 5, but we've seen a lot of focus towards the top side, and we can see Lundorf is able to stand toe-to-toe with that Aurora and even win the race for them right now.
I mean, when you take a look at the items, it makes sense, right? You got Leandri's into Rod of Ages. Yes, she can be kind of tanky as Theodore, but you don't have the damage anywhere near you need to try and burst through that Rumble. So pretty happy with how this trade's been going. As Unique, playing the map perfectly well, almost getting this top lane tower as well, is Dusty. Amazing mid laner so far.
Oh, amazing dodge here from Dusty. Bananasty's there as well. Wanted to force out the flash, but he will keep his life intact. The problem is that tower will not be intact no longer. And now they're going to have to worry about the other side of the map because Lundorf is there. Remember, no flash. The flash is in. Grayson will need to land the auto attack. He misses the hook, but it's going to be a short cooldown. It doesn't even matter because Bash has all...
And that's the highest skill you're going to see on support. We missed the hook, but it don't matter. You can still find those kills. So Unique's going to walk towards the mid lane, knowing that the Rumble, or sorry, the Bash is towards the bot lane. They can just have the numbers priority. Got top tower, got the mid lane tower as well, and have only given up bot lane. I think Unique would be pretty happy with how that trade's been going, and that's been the story of the game. Play through these objectives as their mid laner, who's had 0 kills, 0 assists, and 0 deaths, has a bounty.
I mean, the same can be said for Wanted, but yeah, Wanted is pretty much almost 40 CS behind at that point. So it makes sense that there's a bounty, but a 200 gold bounty, that is just surprising.
Do you know how sad it is? Because you're there like, hey man, I mechanically outplayed you. I CS better than you. And then all he has to do is kill you once, and everything you did for the last 17 minutes doesn't matter. You're completely even.
I do completely agree. I think the bounty system in terms of
it makes League more fun.
Yeah, but like, I don't like it when it accounts for CS deficits that much, because what am I supposed to do? Not farm?
Yeah, man. So there's this thing called just, being the better team. I think Ruddy does it the best, where they just don't care for farm and they go for kills. Like, look at this. Unique, just find kills. All you need to do.
Yeah, but they're actually going to be able to force the ultimate on Theodore. No flash force, but they're going to get that one tower and might even find the charge of the Heralds for the next. They spawned here. And that's a big bounty to find, and even a door open for Lundorf to side lane into if they so please. But it's going to be the charge. But yeah, the charge is going to connect half the health of that tier 2. And that means that the Rumble can come here later on after maybe they get the Dragon in 3 to 4 minutes. And then they might get that bounty later on.
They're scaling really well in towards the game. 4-4 have 2 Dragons towards their lane. 2 more for that soul points. They need to win 2 more fights minimum to try to get through this. And the difficult thing is they can win them sure for now, but you said 2 to 3 items is when Unique comes online. Amazing for Smolder, amazing for Corki. They're already at 1.5 and already 2 on towards our Corki. So do 4-4 even have the time to try and wait up and wait for these dragons? I don't think so.
I mean, there's one dragon that is going to be pretty scary in that case of the Smolder, as he said. 2 items, especially not when you actually hit the threshold for the executes. But by the time you get 300 or 350 stacks on that Smolder is when the game gets really difficult for Fourth Wall, because the majority of their comp is really short-ranged, and the Smolder loves to play against team comps like that with the splash damage from the Q and even the damage from Mom. That's going to be very easy to force Fourth Wall's member to actually eat that damage from that ultimate. And speaking of which, ultimates are actually present. Lundorf does have his equalizer of his own. It will be used at Bash. We already find a kill. We're looking for the Grace. Wait, never mind. Lundorf survives, but Kristen is there. Wantage will actually go down for that one as he's forced to go back. And now they're trying to go for the back and forth. That Hound has found a kill. Bash is going to be brought down. It's another kill for the 80 carries here as Dusty finds the second one. Now they're looking for the chase onto Gritton. Stun is confirmed. All this is too damn tanky, but not tanky enough. Theodore is forced to flash away. They get a kill in return on the Aurora, but Vardax has nothing left, but neither do Unique. All the damage is coming in right now, and the Aurora is starting to do damage. She's going to open a portal. She's going to be forced in that barrier, but it should not be a matter, because within due time, they're going to get that kill, but never mind. Dusty reverses it, and Theodore misses the skill shot. This could have been a turnaround, but Theodore is still too damn tanky. Got the full 10 stacks there in that fight, and that's going to be all sheer roll, but still an advantage for Unique nonetheless.
I absolutely love how it finishes by Theodore finishing off that World of Ages, being like, hey, you could kill me before. Not that it's finished, now that I get that shield from it. But an amazing fight from both of these teams. Unique trying to collapse onto Theodore, but the double TP, Wantage coming in, and Dusty making it a full 5 versus 5. And the biggest thing was at the end of that fight, Theodore finding that 2-man hit onto Deadhound and Dusty, getting themselves low enough to make it a 3-for-4 in favor on the side of Unique, making it a lot closer than you would expect, as now top lane 2 items completed, 2 item on this Lucian as well. And when you look at those items onto Lucian, he's got himself a Black Cleaver. He really wants to kill these tanks here.
Yeah, and I really understand it, because the Corki is not going to be the the Yone is not going to be the member that actually will get the armor penetration for the team. Same thing can be said for the Udyr and other members. And in that sense, you're empowering multiple people at once. You're empowering Wantage, and even Bash with that evolved Q does have a lot of damage as well on the physical front, and the Black Cleaver can benefit from. And even on top of that, the movement speed is always good. So I understand the purchase is very good in the team sense, but that's not the thing that you expect out of Evolution. Out of Evolution, you really expect like full selfish aggression, but
But
given the
how
context of
can
the
you
game,
aggress
it
onto the
makes
back
sense.
line? You can never aggress onto this back line. If you do that, you're going to get stunned by Sejuani or stunned by the Alistar. It just seems impossible as Unique have full control over towards this dragon. There is a flank trying to get attempted by Wantage. If he can go on towards the back line, could be pretty good, but well spotted out from the side of Unique. If they play front to back, Unique should be winning it here, especially with 2 eyes completed on this Smolder again.
Yeah, they understand the fostering that is happening by fourth wall. They see them hovering towards the top side of the river, so they get the vision on the other side, and now the Aurora found the ultimate. All of them are caught. That's a big ultimate, but even a bigger equalizer. Wantage on the 2-man, but he will not be able to finalize any of these kills. It's Unique that is showing a fight that is one of its kind, and that Hound might be called back. They will get that kill. A big shutdown onto the Yoni, but in return, Dusty will be on a rampage.
Yeah, fourth wall trying to go for the engage with Theodore, but it's just too little too late. As who has damage into the backline? By the time Wantage was in, Bash was already down, Theodore was already down, so of course you're going to be losing from them. I'm sorry to say, it feels like Unique's comp is just outscaled already. It's got 2 items on every member they need to, and whenever you try to go for this engage, you just rumble ult in front of you like you did. Smolder ults as well, and it feels like that's even enough damage to get through the front line of this Nautilus and this Bash, because Nort didn't even have himself that Warmogs available yet.
Yeah, no Warmog, so they can't really go in and out of the fights in that sense. But they'll be able to do that, get that eventually, and that is going to even be more problematic for the side of fourth wall. But my main worry of
Fourth will just have to
everything-
sideline. They
Yeah,
just have to sideline.
It's not even that. It's like the way that the engage happened. Look, I understand what happened there at the start, but the fact that Wantage went onto the opposite direction of where everybody else was going, and then Wantage pulled out so early of that Soul Link as well, really made no sense to me. You're a team that is supposed to just press on the ghost line and completely stick to it, and when they stick to it, they find those solo kills in the sideline.
Yeah, solo kill on the side lane. They're looking for more here.
Oh, Dusty, no Valkyrie remaining. Grisson hooks onto the wall to look for the next one. Bash is taking a ton of damage from that Corki, but the Corki will eventually be brought down without a kill in return, and that's a massive shutdown. 550 gold in the back of Wantage. Off of that, they can look for the Baron because there's no equalizer, but the rest of Unique is there. The Mama is going to do a lot of damage. Bash, however, is still pretty tanky. He can go in the Volt Turtle form, and they can heal most of that back up. Surprised he hasn't done that already. And yeah, there we go. Grissom looking for the angle. They got the ultimate onto that Hound, but he's found all the space. Wantage, however, extending to look for the damage onto that Smolder, and they will be found. Rampage this time, but it will be on the side of Wantage, and Bananasty looking for an escape, is buying some time, but will be brought down courtesy of Vardax with that relentless pursuit.
And it's so difficult for the Smolder because he had to walk top lane to try and stay away from the enemy team. But with one Nort ult coming down and the Yone on top of it, there's nothing you can do to escape. So now fourth wall starting up this Baron, and Unique could try and defend it again.
Well, and you got the angle, they got the equalizer. It's looking massive here on my screen. A lot of damage onto Wanted. They need to find one of those kills, but Lundorf is actually going to be overheating. Has nothing left. Bash coming in with stun after stun. And Aurora has been a monster in that team fight. 3 members down. Might even be looking for the 4th, but Dusty is going to escape harm's way for now. That Hound does not have an ultimate, does not have a barrier. It looks like this Baron is going for the side of 4th wall.
And both of these fights, fourth wall, have been fully in control. And I don't think they actually want to start this, just in case Deadhound and Baniasti were able to get themselves in time. Must have been taking too long to try and finish. Maybe that's because, remember you said Varda's going for the Black Cleaver. Does have much damage as you expected, so maybe that's why they didn't finish it. But fourth wall done the incredible job of forcing Unique to not take these best of 5s. They keep going maybe 3 versus 5, maybe 4 versus 5s at the best on side Unique. So now fourth wall, with everything they just done, grabbed themselves almost a 2,000 gold lead and got themselves in a pretty solid position where, yes, Unique are going to still be outscaling. But when we look at the gold lead, 2,000 in the jungle, top lane has a 500 gold lead, bot lane, yes, losing by 600, and mid losing by 1,000. It's a lot better than it was before.
Yeah, it's a lot better. And you know, the one primary lead where actually most of that gold lead is established, if you look at the gold, is mainly between Bash and Bananasty. As we said, Sejuani is much of a lower economy jungler, so she doesn't even really care about it that much. And Unique now, well, they got their numbers. I just want to make sure that the one number is on. How many stacks does Deadhound have? 258. It's pretty close to finding that mark of the execution. Not there yet, but Quickset, however, might be there in terms of falling down. We'll be able to back off, but that's a minute left on the next Cloud Dragon. Oh, not the Cloud, on the Hextech Dragon.
Yeah, his ultimate will be available for that and has the Warmogs available, so it isn't going to be too important for themselves, but it allows Fourth Wall just to walk in yet again, gain vision over this blue side jungle, which they have perfectly done before. There's about 8 wards that Fourth Wall have littered about. They really want this next dragon, and can you blame them? They can pick this up. It gives them plenty more time to try and finish off this game.
Plenty of time as the executors come in. Look at all the damage coming in from the smolder, and that's going to be really problematic fourth wall just to play the game, because the fact that you're going to have to dance on such a short range is going to make the smolder even far more lethal, especially when they do complete the rapid fire cannon on the side of that hound. But still dancing for the Hextech Dragon. Both teams are trying to play around vision, and it should be fourth wall starting that fight first. You know the Bash is pretty tanky. Can't get the lockdown. They're spending everything on the Bash, and the execute will come in. Equalizer on the other side. Wants to juggle for the dive. He's already found one, and they find the angle on Dusty. But the Smolder is still alive, but the Smolder is massive with that Twin Hook.
Lucian can't get into the backline themselves. They don't have enough damage to kill 2 of these members. Unique coming out with only 1 member down. They should be able to pick up this dragon. They can maybe even start the Baron as well at the end of this. And like I said, the scaling has just hit them too hard, where Fourth Wall can't go for this front-to-back fight because they lose it. They have to find these flanks, but they keep fighting in the mid lane with no vision around them. They're never going to be able to find anything.
Yeah, if they're going to be fighting in the mid lane, they at least need to find both Dusty and Deadhound. It cannot be one or the other anymore. Smolder has reached that point, and I'm pretty sure by the time Deadhound recalls, he's going to complete that RFC. And now things are going to be even more difficult, because we've seen how Bash was able to approach that fight almost in melee. Well, now he's going to eat even 1 Q earlier in that team fight there, in that exchange, and that's going to make things more difficult even for somebody like Delusion, who has been completely outscaled and is even falling massively behind in terms of items, and that is a pattern that we've seen all Vardags. My main worry for First Wall, however, is that in this game, they weren't able to get neither Vantage nor Theodore the lead that they've needed to actually snowball the lead, and now, as he said, the game should be in Unique's backpack.
Really should be in their position. Vardags got them. I don't know, just Lucian here just can't do anything. You need to try and find a flank. You need to find a way to have the 1v1 available for Dusty or Deadhound. But Fourth Wall, when you take a look at how they're playing, they're all clumping up in towards the middle, practically doing everything the Unique wants to do. If they were able to spread out a little bit more, maybe it has that opportunity for Vardags to find that 1v1. Theodore to find that 1v1, or even Wantage against the Corki. We know how good these are in these isolated fights, but they keep just coming together. Like Theodore should be top lane here.
Well, he should be, but the main problem is, if you actually send Theodore to the top lane, now you're giving Deadhound and Dusty the space to actually poke you out. So they understand it's just about the give and take game, but I do agree with you. I feel like they're giving too much respect to the side of Unique. You should at least attempt to play on the side lane. The fact that you're not doing that whatsoever with Theodore is going to make things even more difficult to Vantage, because now all eyes are going to be solely on that Yone, and the Yone is away from that Baron's pit where Crescent is located, and the rest of Unique is there. They might easily get that pick onto that Nautilus if they find the angle, but somehow they're the ones that are scared of the Nautilus, and yeah, I feel like they definitely had a space for the pick, but they just were giving too much, like,
well, Rumble wanted to pick up the bot lane, and why do you really want to engage on the fourth floor if you're side of Unique? Dragon isn't up for 2 minutes 30.
There we go.
Unless it's free.
Yeah, well, you know, if they've done that early, that would have been a guaranteed kill. They do it now, they get a flash out of it, and the ultimate, and now the fight for the Baron should be much easier, and Unique do have the damage to start that one and finish it pretty quick.
Yeah, we've seen Rumble heading towards there straight away. Doesn't want to use that teleport themselves. Trying to force at least the TP out of Wantage is the only player on the side of Fourth who still has it up. So now Fourth has to decide, do they want to fight?
Oh, they're looking for the angle. Deadhound has flashed out, but he's flashed right into Wantage, who's actually going to be able to find that angle. This is the Deadhound will be able to use that stopwatch, finding the perfect timing. The Rumble's equalizer found nothing on the other side, and Theodore is going massive bash will not be executed. They will live to fight another day. That Hound is still alive, looking to deal all the damage, but unfortunately for him, he cannot burst them down in time, and Theodore is gonna win that fight for the fourth wall.
And Bash did phenomenally well to get themselves the victory there, as everybody on the side of Unique tried to run away from the Baron Pit by heading towards the red side quadrant above that. But the thing is with Bash, he's got this Liandry's Torment, has his passive go up there, burning them the whole entire time. And when they tried to go for the fight afterwards, they're just such low HP. The fourth were able to win that fight and get themselves into this Baron.
Dusty and Deadhound are there, and there are plenty of low health bars, and they're able to find a few shots. That should be good work for them. They find the first kill. The Baron is down for the fourth wall, and they need to escape. One of them is going to take the Hex Gate. Can get there in time. Deadhound is looking for the angle, but the culling is going to the line, and it's going to be 3 remaining members all alive for fourth wall, and they're going to get that one wanted. I'm pretty sure he did not get that Hand of Baron, and yes, that it will indeed be the case. But they still get the Baron. Now they can play for their side lanes.
Vote. Please, please, I need to see them in side lanes here. They got Dragon to fight in 30 seconds. That's the only time I want to see this team clumped up. Otherwise, make a play somewhere else. Make it away from the big team fight. Because the only reason they won it is because that went perfect. Unique absolutely just stayed together and allowed Bash to find a 4-5-man W in towards the enemy team. But teleport available from Theodore. He's going to head down, and they need to try and gain vision around this. If Unique play this like humans at all, they should be winning this team fight.
Well, there's deja vu, however, because they're all clumping up for the ARAM. And I promise you guys...
Well, it's Last Dragon. You're allowed to now.
Yes, but the fact is, the wave state in the bot lane is not that good for fourth wall. So I really wanted to see one of them at least attempting to go fix that wave in the bot side. But maybe they get that pick. That's going to be all she wrote. Looking for the angle on Dusty. Looking for the angle on Deadhound. But they find neither. Only Dusty after 2 members have gone down. And now Bash and Theodore are trying to play that one off to perfection. But their health bars are way too low. And they will have to give over that soul. They will try to heal up. No Warmogs on the Udyr. Only a Visage. But he's going to be able to heal that one up with the ultimate there. Evolved form of the door. Can they remain alive? Londorf is clearing the wave. They are respecting the presence of the Baron, but at the same time, you see Bananasty confirming that soul, and this game is going to be much more hard now with them gutting all that sticking power from that Hex.
And at least now Forfall shouldn't be clumping up in the mid lane, as they won't be able to win any of the fights as this soul point has gone over to the side of Unique. And the one issue I had with Forfall pushing the top lane and not pushing out the bot lane as well is they lose a full stack wave, and even though they push top, they didn't push it hard enough. So now you see them for 15-20 seconds trying to push this through. If they did it a little bit faster, this top lane tower could have been completely down, which wouldn't have given them a big lead, but at least would have given Psych back, as they still have themselves a 500 gold lead.
Yeah, 500 gold lead there. Not the end of the world for Unique, however, as they are
it's 34 minutes. 500's fine. You don't really mind it.
Yeah, I mean, they're still scaling. I mean, Deadhound should be at 300 something stacked at this point, and when it gets to a specific point, this Molder is just going to eat up the entire game on their own. And maybe that's what the Unique are banking on, but if they're going to bank on that, they need to play the fights a bit better, because they're giving away too many angles for both the Udyr and the Yone to find a play. And well, now one of them is going to find the angle. Theodore is looking for the angle. Dusty's down, but instant Drake coming in from Deadhound. Lundnorf is actually not going to go down, but maybe they will take down the Dragon with it. That's the perfect Zonia's there. Wanted in perfect time to find the Fate Seal. But can they keep Deadhound alive? He's very low. Where's going to find the last shot? And this is fourth wall chance. This is their game to lose. They're looking for all the kills. Wantage again doing excellent work on the Yone, and Vardax and Wantage are going to seal that one up for fourth wall.
And Dusty just staying a little bit too long towards the mid lane. Ultimate coming through from the Nautilus, finding that first pick off. And I thought that it was it from the side of Unique, but some great fighting back does allow 2 members of them to stay alive. So yes, they'll lose this mid lane tower. Most likely this bot lane tower as well, but still very much in a positive position. If fourth wall want to try and get themselves to victory, they have the Elder Dragon in 4 minutes. Maybe with that, there's a possibility to change this game around, but fourth wall really trying to stay in this.
I'm really surprised that they've stayed in this long, but this is kind of continuous heroics from both Wantage, Bash, and even Theodore on top of them. As you can tell, you know, like, the spirits are definitely on Theodore's side. He's been having an excellent game, and he's pretty close to completing Death Cap. Once they do that, the threshold to actually killing a Dusty is going to be much easier to execute, which is my
But
main concern
getting
because
on
Dusty has
Dusty.
been getting caught a few times.
But it's getting on Dusty. If he plays the team fight in a 5v5 like they want to, he should be completely safe, because if they go for him, Smolder, 4.5 items into his pocket, almost with that full build, going for the Zhonya's to keep themselves a little bit safer. Either one of these members can carry the fight, because late game, of course, you choose the Corki, you would choose the Smolder to be on your team than any member on the side of fourth wall.
Yeah, I would definitely choose that, but in the same vein, I feel like they wouldn't have been there without that team comp, because they picked the early team comp. The team comp is supposed to have a lead, but they didn't have a lead. Now imagine if they picked the team comp that was equally as scaling. They might have lost lane, and then they might have not had a chance. But comfort is paying dividends right now, because Dash and Wanted, even Theodore and that Aurora, all three of them are proving excellent mastery of their champions, and they're playing these fights masterfully well. My one main concern is that they are yet again going for the mid lane. At least there's got somebody that's split pushing on the other side, but Theodore might be caught. There's the angle. You go for the equalizer. Theodore is down. That's the main carry. That's the main man. Griston is going in for the re-engage. It's a massive fate seal. Wanted looking for the kill. They're gonna complete the kill on Dusty, and they're gonna get the second one as well. That Hound should be brought down. Very low on health. They're gonna be able to flash away, but that's gonna be a third kill for fourth wall, and they're looking to end the game. Luckily enough for them, they're gonna able to escape with 2 members, but how much can Banana C and that Hound do? They're caught on wars, and this might be the game for fourth wall.
Bro, they just can't keep getting away with this. They should be losing the fight to their team corp, but they keep finding things. As Nautilus towards the top side, trying to stop Dead Hound. They won't be able to finish off the game, but they should be able to get themselves to Founders. When that fight started, I was crying from the side of fourth wall. Was Theodore using the ultimate? If you hit into it, it bounces you towards the opposite side, but flashing over it means that he dies. I'm like, it must be it. But that 5-man knockup from Griston into the ultimate from the Yone saves the game, gives themselves ban, and gives themselves an opportunity to win this. But they most likely still have to get themselves another win. And with this Elder Dragon spawn in 1 minute 20, I think we still have one more in us this game.
Yeah, still got one more fight left in this game. And
Man, this is game 1.
Yeah, whoever gets this soul, this game is over. But I feel like we really need an extended break after that one, because that one has been on the line, and everything that we said has pretty much came to truth. We've seen fourth wall taking the game to a very long time, where it's almost 40 minutes now. They've lost the soul, but they are still giving us a fair fight. And Unique, one of the teams that really looks slated for the final at the first half of the second split, but now they're really looking like a shadow of their former selves.
And do you know what I find so funny? I can't even tell fourth wall go for side laning, because they're winning the fights. So like everything they're doing is correct.
But they're losing the side lane. It's opposite day.
Everything switched. Everything is switched there.
Okay.
Fourth wall can't believe it themselves. That's why they pause. They're like, Aurora losing? Who knows? But we'll be able to find it soon. Man, we've got 4. We might have 4 more games of this.
Yeah, we still might have more.
I'm going to be on the floor, just like exhausted of talking that much, if we have 4 games as hectic as this.
I mean, on my end, I really can't see the other games being this hectic, because Unique really had the window to seal this game shut. But time and time again, fourth walls, whether through heroics of their own or through some mistakes of Unique, they just found that lifeline to stay alive in that game, and they've used it, but I don't know what's gonna happen.
Well, I have something to say for you and everybody at home. The average time for both of these two teams combined is 30 minutes, maybe 31. I know it's somewhere in between there, so we're gonna be here a while with all of these games, if I do believe, which kind of proves one thing about both of these teams, and I think it's been really demonstrated today. We've had 2 Barons so far, when I was expecting that, which you should have finished by now. If you're the side Unique, you scaled up hard enough, you should be winning these team fights. Fourth wall, got yourself a big enough lead early game, should be pushing that through and finishing off the game. So that's the difficulties both of these teams have, is they're incredible in team fights, as you've seen, but their macro towards this middle late game definitely feels lacking. And if they're against other opponents of higher quality in the macro sense, I'm having a lot of difficulty seeing them going far in their playoff splits. They need to really bring something out in these next couple games, or even here today after this break finishes.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, both teams have been having their woes of macro. I understand Unique's more, because we've said, two new players are still trying to adjust to the way that they're playing. But fourth wall, why were they chasing the smolder? Was my main question. Just
AD
get an inhibitor, and finish the game with the elder.
Man, it's called the AD carry syndrome. You see the AD carry, and you're like, go kill it. Even as a support, when I play bar, I see the enemy AD carry, eyes lock in, and everything turns black. Like, when you have like the goals where you can only see forwards.
Yeah.
That's all I see. The AD carry, dubstep ignite hit, walk away, and you just feel so cool.
Yeah, Zath Fisher, ladies and gentlemen, going on a mission of assassination of that dragon. Well, both dragons are alive. Both the mini dragon and the elder dragon are still
good one there.
Yeah, so
man, I've always wondered with Smolder, right? Yeah, so his mum, of course, is above. Do you think she ever had relations with any of the other dragons? Like how did Smolder come about? I never read his story.
Okay, lore related wise, I think that they are related to these elder dragons, but
they like uncles.
Kinda like they're the dragons of Camivore, the place where Viego is from. Before like all the ruinations and all the problems, we really haven't been told a whole lot about the lore of Camivore outside of the ruination event, and we all know that nobody really liked that one.
Yeah, we skipped that one, except for if you never played that game, like Ruined King or something. Fantastic game, teaches you a lot about it.
Yeah, it's a fantastic game, but as far as the dragons go, however, Smolder apparently was lost, and then he just kept wandering around the world, and now he's on a mission by his mom to be taught that, hey, you're a great dragon, and you can't act like a little child anymore.
You know what? I find that quite wholesome. I feel like more League players need that. Have somebody behind the scenes be like, oh, man, you know what? No. League players could sometimes be mature. I have had somebody say good job in a game to me before. Best thing to ever happen in a League game.
Okay, speaking of best things to happen, that was the best case scenario for Unique. Grison has actually missed the hook, and even that ultimate didn't come to any fruition. Wantish misses, and Unique off of that pause are looking to end the game. Wantish is going to find that one kill, but it's on the front line. Both 80 carries are still in play. Another missed hook from Grison, and that's going to be Unique finding both kills, and now looking for the Elder and to finish off the game.
Yeah, Bash still has a possibility of trying to get in here. Doesn't have a flash, doesn't have the ghost available. It's going to be difficult. I don't think he can do anything against this. Elder Dragon going over to the side of over to the side of Unique, killing one of his uncles in the time. And it just feels like Unique needed a lunch break. They need some time off, trying to relax, being like, you know what, guys, we got a bit hectic there. After the pause, they seem back with it, and they won the team fight they were meant to win.
Yeah, they definitely did, but I feel like the pause really affected Grison the most, because outside of everyone,
100%.
Yeah, he's the person that I feel like was just caught with his pants down there after that pause ended. He was looking for the angle, couldn't hook Bash, couldn't hook on the other side, not Bash, sorry, couldn't hook Banana State, couldn't even hook Dusty or Deadhound in the second hook, so it didn't look good for them, and that's the main problem about that team comp. So you really need all your cards to even out the right way. And if only one of them falls over, just like the House of Cards that you are, you're going to be proven for how fragile your team comp is. And now with the Elder buff as well, things are going to be even more problematic. They've respawned, but there's no way that they're going to contest anything that is deeper than the inhibitor. You need to turtle back, and they are doing just that.
They got terrible wave clear here. They have to go for a play here. High risk, high reward. Find the play here, might be able to do something.
Well, there is the play. Something has indeed happened. Deadhound has found another kill. Quickset is able to tank all that damage with the ultimate of the Alistar, healing that one back up as they look to end the game right then and there. One final hope, one final dream. A Bash is being brought pretty low. That's the first tower of the Nexus. Another ultimate not finding success, but this time maybe Wantish, never mind. He has to go back, and Wantish already pretty low. Look at that, the Soul and the Elder. Both of them are due perfection, and both kills are going to be sent over to that Smolder as the Dragon has grew up, and he's left the shell, left the nest, and he's going to leave fourth wall space hanging down in destruction.
Man, I'm loving the Dragon Punt here. Doing really well here. I'm surprised there's not one like flying behind you as well. That would have been pretty cool. But no, the side of Unique, very well done. Able to win out in the first game. Remember, this is a best of 5, so they have to do it 2 more times. And my biggest issue is Was it
was
that
not clean.
convincing?
Yeah.
No, it was not. You clearly had the better team comp. You clearly should have won a lot earlier, especially at that 2 to 3 items, being able to stack these dragons. They had to get 2 Barons,
Mm-hmm.
an Elder Dragon,
A
to
soul.
get and a soul. So I completely forgot they even had a soul there to win the game. That doesn't fill me with much confidence for Unique to be able to have a clean and decisive 3-0 here. But, well, still 2 more games. What are you feeling?
I mean, from the way that I'm standing, I feel like Fourth Wall definitely still gave me the same position. Like they got an outside shot at the series, but they're still the underdog at the end of the day. They play to their comfort. Their comfort should actually stack up pretty well against Unique, but the main problem for me with Fourth Wall is that their early games have not been convincing enough, and for Unique as well. Nowadays, their late games aren't that convincing either. So it's just a matter of fact that the two teams are trying to step up, and they need to do just that, because what we've seen from the other side of the lower bracket, lazy in life, they've not been lazy on the preparations whatsoever.
Totally not. Well, hear me out, right?
Mhm.
All this early to mid game, both of these teams, all right. But these late game team fights, super fun to watch. So maybe we can get both the teams to just handshake, play these super scaly comps, and maybe a Smolder versus Senna late game, get ourselves maybe high damage junglers, and just have a bit of fun. Maybe that's what we should have for the second game.
Yeah, let's see. I mean, I'm definitely anticipating a lot of fun, but that fun will come right after the break. The two teams are going to have a well-earned rest, and we're going to continue our best of 5, so stay tuned. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Division 2 playoffs here at the NLC. And well, Zathos, if people have just tuned in, they missed quite a banger of that game one.
Yeah, talking about banger, I just finished Bangers and Mash. I feel excited and I'm ready for some more games. So everybody, you weren't here last time. It was a show. There was a lot of team fights. Volt, you definitely enjoyed that part.
Yeah.
Macro wise, I want more. I want more. That's it. Practically, as a color caster, I want more from these teams, but it should be very exciting. 4-4 was actually losing against Unique. I believe it was about a 33-minute game, and I just want more of it. Well, I just want more action, more gameplay, more League of Legends.
Yeah, and I feel like, I'm just going to be completely honest, I feel like Fourth Wall kind of did shoot themselves in the foot with that Lucian pick there somewhat. Because it's really good as a flex, but if one of your 280 carries are that passive, in the same way that Vardax like to play, it just makes for a very difficult game to approach. And yes, the team fights were very entertaining. We had a lot of hero plays from Theodore, from Wantage. Even Bash really had a lot to say in these fights. But all in all, yeah, I definitely do agree with it. Didn't see the smart 1-3-1s being executed. Even the late game team in Unique there should have executed a 4-1. Because the Rumble had a lot of power to actually be able to stand toe-to-toe to that Aurora, but then they allowed the Aurora to rescale back into being able to just win the side lane exchange. And then they had to just be content with only Wantage playing on the side lane, and that was scarcely happening. So a lot of things to improve in the macro, but maybe it will actually change with the change of the drafts itself.
Yeah, I'm going to be super excited to see the Aurora if that's going to be picked up first as well. I think it is very strong. I don't think last game was the best demonstration of how Aurora can be played, because Aurora into Rumble, I'm still holding by it. Very good into that Rumble. I want to be able to see it push forward, as the side of Unique did a very good job of defending top lane, allowing this Rumble to scale up while the rest of the team was just doing their thing. You know, when you have Dusty and Deadhound on your team, you get to the late game, they can carry you through. Of course, a few different members did make it a little bit rocky. But on the side of Fourth Wall myself, man, just pick a scaling ADC, pick a scaling comp. I think that's probably the best way for them to win here.
Yeah, definitely. And that's why we're probably going to see a lot of targeting onto that Ezreal pick. Because I feel like that's when Fourth Wall definitely do have the most success. Yes, put Vardax on the Ezreal, or put Vardax really on any AD carry that can be a bit more self-sufficient. And then things become a lot easier.
Play brand. That's something the Vardax plays. Plays the brand ADC. Maybe play an AB carry like the Ziggs as well. Can do it right into those team fight. Brands phenomenally well with the ultimate, and the amount of AoE damage it has. And it's still safe in towards the bot lane. Can almost instantly clear those waves. So maybe that's definitely the possibility. Even gives the option for that Yone mid lane if they want to pick it up again.
Yeah, let's see. I mean, definitely a lot of options. I'm actually more of a fan of the Ziggs, just because of the fact that it allows so much freedom towards your supports. And we've seen Grissom really having a fine game there in that Nautilus. If that happens again, then things might actually definitely be difficult towards Unique. But in the same vein, Unique probably understand that they've had a lot to improve in that second game. And, well, the draft starts again. And I feel like the first 4 bans are definitely going to be the same. Like I anticipate 100%. The first 4 to be the same.
Because there wasn't any champion in the last game. You're like, wow, that was the issue. Corki, Smoda, scale late. Everyone knows that. Just do better early. Don't let them Don't let them get towards that situation. But the first pick, do you want to leave that Aurora open? Do you want to leave one of these high priority picks like the Zyra as well? As Unique may have thought that the brand could have headed towards that bot lane as well, is going to ban that away. If they target ban Vardax, definitely a possibility to try and get something going early, as the Aurora will be getting away from Unique. Probably don't feel as confident on that champion. I expect Fourth Wall to either ban the Sejuani or just be confident that Unique aren't going to pick it.
Well, but that opens a very different possibility. Luckily, there is no Lilia, because the Lilia MF ultimate is combo is just devastating. But they're still gonna get that one part, and Deadhound has been really good in team fights, and MF is just the best team fighting AD carry of them all.
Well, very much the best AD carry if you could play perfectly around. If you have the setup CC like in a Mumu jungle, maybe even an Alistar in the support. But the issue is you need that setup compared to something like Zeri, which is a lot more comfortable.
Yes.
As
yes.
Oh, it's early. It's really early for 4-4 to pick that up. Yes, it's an amazing top laner, but it has plenty of counters. I think Theodore's confident. That is a confident statement to say the least.
Absolutely is.
Unless they put it towards the jungle, but I just can't see that happening. And if they're picking up, like, do you pick up jungle here?
No, you definitely pick AD carry here. I really like this idea.
It's just like, wouldn't you want to get a priority jungler so then you can have as much control over the top lane as possible? But instead, going to be able to pick up the Caitlyn.
Mm-hmm. That's definitely an option, but in my books, it's just like, don't show too much of your cards. Keep that flex option open for that Olaf, as he said. And it was either an AD carry or a mid laner. But the main thing is, you don't want to pick Corki into that team comp there because you're really anticipating a lot of aggression. Gnar is actually something that we've seen Theodore play against as the Olaf and do well. Even the Azir, really. Like, all these champions, they aid the MF, but they don't solve the eternal problem of somebody running in very angrily as well. And he's just going to run into the MF, and there's nothing you can do to stop it. I like the Azir. It's really good on Dusty. It enables a lot of options onto Vardax there on the Caitlyn, and even Vantage and whatever they're going to play. But in the same vein, now you've shown your cards, and now this is the time that they can absolutely just pick whatever counters your primary engage on the side of Unique.
And what would you say about having one of the best teamfight ultimates onto this misfortune? Welcome to Braum. He presses E in front of your face. Can't really do much against that. So 4-4 having an amazing counter in towards that misfortune. And when I'm looking at both these comps, if you take away the Olaf and instead picked up the Sejuani, absolutely love what 4-4 were cooking, but we'll have to see if that Olaf is going to be able to get more as the Sejuani instantly banned away on 4-4, knowing how strong that champion can be in these team fights, compared to Unique, where most likely going to ban away those mid laners, maybe even those junglers as well. It's hard to say. It's going to be interesting, this top lane matchup as well of the Gnar into the Olaf, mostly because Gnar very well in towards this mid or late game into that champion. But early on, if you're able to hit 1 or 2 axes consecutively, you can try to run this champion down.
Definitely, that can be a case early on. Even later on, really. Bash can do the exact same thing that Bananasty has done the last game to the Aurora. Just focus on the top side, get Theodore Arms of Harm's Way in the first 5 to 6 levels. And once Olaf have the Ragnarok, if you're able to manage your wave well, then the Gnar also have to be worried about being run down throughout the entire lane. And speaking of running people down, well, no ultimate combos are allowed. Neither the Sejuani nor the Jarvan. So no picks, no wombo combos. But on the other side, I really understand that Udyr banned it. Bash excelled on it, and you don't want to give more frontline towards the side of fourth wall.
Singzao available for 4-4 if they want to. J4 possibility as well. My biggest thing that I think the 4-4 might go for is maybe a Talia towards the mid lane, is able to roam around the map, help out the team, and can play very much for that side lane pressure if they need to, as the ultimate will get themselves in. But instead, got to be looking in that Nico, something I haven't seen Wantage play before. I'm not sure how many times he's played it.
And
have you?
It was good. I remember Wantage played in the 2nd division in Arabian League, and he played a lot of Azir and Nico at the time. Of course, the meta was Tristana, so Nico was pretty good into that. Into the Azir, maybe not as much in the lane itself, but she just works wonders against the other team comp, because now you got somebody else with another layer of CC on top of that Braum, and all you're missing is just a support that is going, a jungler that is going to add to that entire disengaged team. No Ivern, however, no Maokai, but there are other options that you can still go for on the side of fourth wall. But Unique's went to the full team fight option.
And they went for the Wukong as well. I really like it. The main reason I like it is the side of 4-4, they want to stick onto someone, right? Either with the Braum passive, even with the Nico, or even the Olaf just try to run you down. But every member of Unique has a little way of trying to find an escape, except for, of course, an MF. very much towards the backline themselves. So now Unique have an amazing 1v1 comp, could play for that team fighting as well, and it's put 4-4 in a position where sure they can win the fight if they play it correctly, but it more comes down to can Olaf win this side lane early on and become this massive beast where it doesn't matter how well you play it, you still have an Olaf in your face and you're going to be losing that. So that Xing Zhao is going to get locked in. Prio in the mid lane as well. I'm expecting a lot of jungle attention towards the top side and maybe some invading coming out from the side of Unique.
Yeah, likewise as well. I think a lot of focus is going to yet again be spent towards the top side. Theodore has been very confident on the Olaf, but in the same vein, looking at that early just made the entire draft basically be built around two things. One, how can we enable the MF? Two, how can we disable the Olaf? And well, they've definitely leaned on the former more than the latter. They still got enough tools to basically make life difficult for Olaf early on in the game. And those first 6 levels are going to make or break what Fourth Wall can do. Their bot lane should be really stable. Same thing can be said for the mid lane. And now it's just up to that Xin Zhao to try to throw a monkey wrench into that plan off the top side.
Yeah, but that's what you expect. We talked about Bash being one of the best players on the side of Fourth Wall, being the main reason why his team has been able to get there, being one of the creative players. I see him a lot more like a Razork player, which doesn't play for himself. He plays for the team. He can give away other things. He's the second in jungle in kill participation. Damage, he's second as well, so he can pump it out when he needs to. If Fourth Wall want to find this lead, it's all towards our top side, and I think they can do something here. But my biggest concern is after they get that lead, can they push it forward? Because both of these teams, like last game, I feel like it's just going to come down to more team fighting later on.
Yeah, but this time I'm actually really more on the side of Unique just because of how easy that team comp is to execute. You
100%.
cyclone everyone up, you throw the bullet time, and that should be that. That should be a one team fight right then and there. But they need to get to that point because one of my, I feel like the problem is with the team comp of Unique, I just have no faith in the Wukong in the jungle.
Man, what's wrong with a Wukong in the jungle, huh?
He's weak. He's weak.
Nah, I love a bit of Wukong.
Okay.
Don't you remember the days when you had Lethality Wukong in the jungle, absolutely one-shotting everybody? And that was before the double Cyclone ultimate.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly. I mean, just imagine
I remember the double Cyclone ultimate when he was so meta in the top lane and people were still playing Titanic and all of these tanky items. But
I'm talking about, the old days when he didn't have the double ultimate.
Yeah, I know.
The good old days. It dealt so much more damage. It wasn't a CC bot ult. It was able to one-shot. But we'll have to see if we're going to be getting a
I'm happy it
version.
can't one-shot anymore.
I'm not, man. I remember back in the day watching a bit of Donkey when he was able to play that up. And, man.
Oh, man. Good old
Best
days.
YouTuber. Yeah. Best YouTuber for League, I swear. But we should probably talk about the game as 4-4 heading towards the bot side should be able to get a ward in towards the enemy jungle on their Raptor camp. Also has one towards the top side, very much making sure there are no early game shenanigans going on as 4-4 walking in. We'll be able to sweep out as well. And they're doing a split map. I actually really love this idea. They got prior towards the bot lane whenever they get towards that waves. They could maybe set up a 3-man gank and even go for a dive if they want to. Unique trying to stop this, of course, by hard pushing towards this bot side. And now this position makes it where Olaf doesn't really get the attention he needs, and this Wukong can't help the bot lane.
Yeah, both junglers now are pretty stranded. They might even be fighting here. Both of them on level 2, but Bash is going to be taking the damage from the Raptor camp. He's going to be able to stop Banana Steve, but Dusty is pretty close by, and that's going to be some time wasted off Bash. And sure, Wantage does take the damage, but the fact that he delayed has Xin Zhao by that much is going to spell disaster in the top lane and Cascades later on.
I mean, what are you even talking about? They steal away the red buff, and they get out free. Fourth wall. Bot lane's pretty much in a good position. Wasn't able to set up for a freeze, which they most likely wanted to do, but Bash, a full camp up, can easily go for a full camp clear towards the top side and be in a very strong position, as now this leaves Forceful top laner in an isolated position in a 1v1 against Londorf, which isn't the best in this situation. But once that level 6 comes through, they're in a mid to even situation. Oh, that's going to be super happy.
I mean, yes, but here's what I thought. Here's what I thought would happen. Wukong would say, okay, I don't have my red. I've already done 3 camps. I just want to recall because it didn't really matter time-wise between walking all the way from the Crux to the blue buff. You could have just recalled, got yourself a long sword, and that would have been the difference between winning and fighting a skirmish in the jungle itself later on. Which was my brain of thought because, as you would say, you would expect a lot of focus to go towards that top side, but Bash is taking his time. And in the same time, Bananasty was able to catch up. Yes, it can behind, but with some priority from the mid lane as Dusty is a bit healthier. Maybe they
But
can
Wukong
try to
doesn't have the
look
red
at
buff.
2v2.
You have to remember that. Pryor in the mid lane, Pryor in top lane should be able to steal the Skull Crab as well. If they want to, they could double Scuttle Crab on the side of fourth wall. So they've done a really good job of using this first engaging towards the bot lane to be able to push it forward. And that's the most thing that I like to see for fourth wall. But it's all about, can they push this forward? Now that you have a small lead on towards your jungler, as you can see him instantly going towards the bot lane Skull Crab, can they push this?
Well, luckily for them, Vardax as well having priority right then and there, so they might even catch out the Wukong, but at the same time, they're looking for the angle. Vardax is going to take a bit of damage, but it doesn't really matter that much for them in that aspect because Bananasty has to back off. Yes, he got that scuttle, but unfortunately for them on the side of Unique, that could have been a whole lot better if they didn't really have the huge priority earlier on.
100% could have been a little bit better for them, but bot lane in a pretty solid position, waiting for that level 6 before they make any engages. Wukong has even out this CS lead as well, as he will be getting himself onto the map early on as mid lane. A lot of damage coming through. Teleport available for both of these players, so I don't expect anything to be coming out unless Wantage wants to try and flash in and make something happen, as Bash towards this bot lane hasn't found a reset yet, so not the most amount of damage on fourth wall, so most likely trying to see if this wave will push back to try and find a reset.
Yeah, right there. Just making sure everything is safe. Nothing to be found on that one side, but Theodore live in the tower. Too many turret shots, but he gets the first blood.
Giga Chad. That was a Giga Chad move to flash in afterwards with Ghost and say, you know what? Let's kill you. I don't care if I die as well. As Lundorf with the teleport and the flash available, probably going to be the happiest one with how that play goes to end. But with that Vampiric Scepter being finished on the side of Theodore, the amount of poke you see from Gnar isn't going to be as impactful, isn't going to stick as much as he's going to be able to heal up most of it.
Yeah, going to be able to heal up most of it. And the wave really isn't in a terrible spot either. He hasn't lost that much off of losing that kill. 100 extra gold in the bank as well. And forcing the Gnar now to be without a TP and having to move pretty early. And that's going to be problematic for Lundorf, who...
But you see the item buy. Yeah. That item buy is so interesting. Going for the swiftness boots first. Big thing about Olaf is the slow he gets on the axe when he's able to hit you. But of course, swiftness boots being able to make that a lot less impactful, give themselves an opportunity to maybe able to just walk out safely, as the side of fourth wall did there.
Yeah, walking out safely, they did, but they had to use a flash for it. Grissom without a flash means that the engages later on at level 6 are going to be much more difficult. Wanted just forcing that shove is going to be TPing the later of the two mid laners. Maybe not even having to force that TP unless we see Dusty force off the push. But at the same time, Dusty can just try to push that wave, go towards the top side, and make it a little bit easier for Nico in exchange for getting that objective. Ragnarok used, trying to find some damage back, but the Ragnarok is going to wear off. And now Lundorf has the chance. He's got the Gnar, he's got the Wallop, looking for the damage, even fleet footwork from an over speed. No ward, however, and Theodore is looking to turn that one around. The shield might be enough. One more axe, but it will not connect. And here comes the monkey to reign supreme in the jungle.
And that's devastating yet again. Lundorf using the ultimate at the right time, hitting him under the tower and forcing Theodore to use that Ragnarok, and then going for the fire with Baniyasti nearby, picks up that kill and practically secures them the Void Grubs as well. So this top lane not going down without a fight, as those boots are really paying effect in this early game.
Yeah, really paying him dividends there. Able to keep up with the Olaf and even able to poke him out there with the extra movement speed that they've got. 2, 3 are going to be confirmed here of these Void Grubs. Dragon in return for the side of fourth wall. Yeah, Crooked, no way that he's going to actually steal that with a smite. And now that puts the game really in a deja vu spot where one team should have had the early team game comp, but really good play from the other side has made things difficult.
Definitely made it difficult for them. But I was expecting maybe a little bit more attention towards the top side. We haven't seen Bash anywhere near there except for to look around and say hi for once. It's all been around this bot lane. It's all about trying to invade the enemy jungle, making sure that Wukong gets so far behind, but that hasn't even worked out. Do you see Unique is able to bully them through?
Oh, they get the stun combo, they get all the damage, and their Rakan is instantly gonna go down. And that's what they hoped for when they actually got all that control towards the bot side. Somebody's gonna make a mistake, and somebody did make a mistake, and they might be even punished further for it. The recall is channeling in. It looks like they're not gonna interrupt it, so then that was gonna go back, and that's gonna be at least 2 to 3 plays handed over to Fourth Wall.
They definitely could have tried to stop it there, but Rakan coming nearby with the ghost, or sorry, with the flash and heal available would actually make it pretty difficult to go for that dive. But Fourth Wall pushing this lead further towards the bot lane and using their Xing Zhao's power early on to just keep pushing through with the Caitlyn. The only thing I want to see a little bit more is trying to get more tower plates. The reason you pick Caitlyn is to be this lane bully early on, so try to get more gold into your pocket because it's 8 minutes 32 and they've only just picked up their first one.
First blade in the bot lane. However, in the same vein, really, a lot of attention towards the bot side means that you were able to use the priority you had on the Caitlyn to make a lot of these moves on the side of Bash. And now they might have to look for the top side because, again, Unique is given a lot of attention and they've basically swapped sides on the red side of the jungle.
And he just get proxied. He just proxied at Olaf. Yes, he had his jungler there, making it okay to do. But you're not in the best gameplay state if your Olaf is getting proxied at this time. Fourth Wall, that really feels like a lot of their team comps is they want to play for top and they want to play for bot lanes. They give both of them great champions to do so, but then they put themselves in awkward positions where one has to lose.
Yeah, Theodore missed the axe there. There's going to be a ton of damage from Lundorf. Not the second stack, however, of the W. So he doesn't take the most amount of damage, does have the Vampiric Scepter to heal up, but Lundorf really wanting to deny any recall, just keeping the Olaf in the lane. But however, Theodore doesn't care. He really wants to recall, wants to complete his items, and he'll be given that much, but that means that there are 2 minutes left on the Cloud Dragon, and I'm pretty sure Fourth Wall are going to get all that advantage that they can towards mid. Just find the shove there, try to get the angle, because you know, when we're talking about Nico, we really expect her to move towards that side lanes, especially the bot lane more so than the top lane, and try to find a massive skirmish towards.
They definitely can go for that. And the best thing is they got Prio in mid and Prio in bot lanes. They could just walk up like this and say, hey man, you want to fight us? You know that we're going to be winning it. We have the Nico available as well. It's only now Dusty has finally cleared that mid wave. And this is why we see Nico getting picked in towards that Azir to just keep giving them lane priority.
Well, they found the angle of the lane priority. The main problem is that they were not able to find anything to capitalize upon from that spot. Good play from Unique there, identifying their weaknesses and just being very careful around it. And that means Fourth Wall, well, they haven't sent their members towards the bot side to get more plays, and now they might be finding the members here on the top side, and NLC is able to dash through on one. The Ragnarok is there, but he's not able to find the range of the all attack. It wears off. First Cyclone is in. Second Cyclone is in as well. Theodore still on a chase, and they're going to find that kill. The Monkey actually goes to the wall. The axe misses, and Dusty's going to find that kill. Bash might not have the time because the Crescent Guard is going to wear off. It's going to be 1-4-2, and while the Braum is there, not any damage necessary. They can't even help Theodore out. Who's going to take a boulder straight to the face? But somehow he's guided them for some time, and that's going to mean the Bash and Wantage are going to buy enough time to respawn, and Theodore is just playing ring around the rosy, forcing the quickness off of that Rakan, and if the Rakan gets that kill, it's not the worst thing in the world, but Theodore is still alive, and he's even turning that one into quickstep. There comes Dynasty, and now you really want to give that kill over to the Rakan, but it's too little too late.
Yeah, Misfortune dies at the end of that play as well. Ricard hopping all the way up there to join it, just leaves this poor Misfortune alone. Already having that ultimate to clear the way, still gives Fourth Wall the opportunity to find that kill, as it was looking good for Unique at the start of the fight. They thought that they could have easily burst out this Wukong, but wasting enough time there allows Fourth Wall to find that collapse, but they took too long with it as well, making this MF die yet again towards his bot lanes. It really feels like this Olaf is losing on the side of Fourth Wall, while Unique are just leaving Deadhound out to dry.
Yeah, you know, we're speaking of plays. Well, this Gnar is really having his fair share of the plays. All four are found. Maybe even a fifth, maybe even the first third, because the Olaf does not have enough pressure. Doesn't even have the Ragnarok yet, nor the Ghost, nor the Flash. And that's going to mean with the extra Void Grubs to be found, all 6 on the side of Unique, they can very easily push these turrets and give an even bigger lead. Already 2,000 gold for Unique this time, and this is how you execute an early team game comp.
And it's about to be even more with that tower in the top lane about to go down unless Theodore has something in towards his pocket. And as expected, Unique with Prio in mid, or sorry, 4-4 with Prio in mid and Prio in towards the bot side. Should be able to pick up this dragon again, as yet again, Unique just giving this up for free. They know they can't win out just yet and just keep scaling as Dusty's done a really good job again, has himself almost a 20 CS lead, giving himself that first item already and keeps hovering towards his top side to make sure that whenever they try to do something, he's there.
The TP is in. Nar is mega. He's going to find the stun on one. The Crescent Strike is there. He's going to be able to attack most of them. But Vash now has to be very careful. He's very low, but the Braum comes in for the rescue. However, Wantage is unable to hold him to Dusty, who's doing a ton of damage. Killing spree for the Emperor as they continue to chase. The Rakan misses. The Rakan could have been stunned. The bullet time has come in, and it's great time for first wall.
Yeah, Bullet Time not able to finish off any of those kills, so it's just going to be a 1-for-0 for Unique as not instantly going for that reset, trying to make sure that Theodore isn't able to get too much towards his top side, so it is only going to be that one play over to them. But you have to think about that now.
Oh, they block it with a shield, but how many more autos can Vardax take? That Hound is still healthier. They're looking for the angle. However, the double up will not connect. Bananasty is there, and he's looking. He's hungry. He's looking for the neuron activation, but somehow he reins it in temporarily, looking for the greater reward. Bash is there as well, and they're going to force that one off. However, at the same time, Wantage hovers in, and that means Unique are just going to say that's enough, and they're going to back up.
I'm not sure what healed Vardags. Was it him leveling up or was it the swiftness boots? I'm not too sure, but there was something that allowed him to take an extra auto attack and survive out there to safety. But when we take a little look back at everything that was happening, is it yes, it was the Fleet Footworks. That's the thing I was talking about. 3-0 for Dusty. Did a very good job in this early game of pushing this lead and getting himself out to a very strong start as those Merc Treads come through, allowing him to be able to tank up a lot more CC than you would expect from this Azir. And now with 1.5 items after he finds that reset, he's in a position to carry this game.
Yeah, absolutely, and want to do that. And, you know, a lot of people are actually in a position to carry that game. You know, Lundorf has got an all 5 place. He's running ahead in gold. Dusty got 3 kills. And even Bananasty, really, he's been moving perfectly around the map despite losing that early red buff. And despite that monkey wrench, they're able to fix things around them. And, you know, fourth wall, they're really supposed to find the lead on either one of the 2 side lanes. But the Olaf is super far behind. Vardax didn't get the lead either. And they're trying tooth and nail to get the Caitlyn ahead. But nothing they're doing is working.
Yeah, it's really difficult to try and push through this. Unique trying to get more gold onto Dusty, clearly changing their game plan for scaling up to now trying to push something forward. Wantage having a difficult time early on.
Oh, they escaped the shuffle. What a rocket belt from Wantage. Great play mechanically. However, it doesn't matter if they're not able to get a kill behind that because they're still going to get the tower. And I'm pretty sure... Okay, never mind. It's not going to charge the second time. If it charges the second time, that would have been disastrous for fourth wall.
Trying their best to try and get something going there. But Unique, very clinical, very relaxed, and a very different look from that last game. I wasn't expecting such relaxed gameplay. Maybe it's because they're playing more comfortable. Maybe they don't feel like they have to stay as defensively sound as when you have yourself dead hound, when you have Baniasti in that sort of position, you can just scale up and be in a solid point.
Yeah, and well, we're going to take a brief pause. Apparently, some technical issues are striking yet again. But Zath, you know, like, given the way that this game has gone, this is what you would expect out of the 2 teams if you look at their placement and the player names. Like, Force Wall should be that far behind. You know, they tried their best, but this is the projected result that we haven't seen in Game 1.
And the biggest issue I have is stop putting top lane and your AD carry onto champions where they need jungle attention. You can't be everywhere at once, Bash. I know you're a good player. I believe that you can probably do it better than anyone else, but still impossible in League of Legends. Just have either bot lane or top lane be your carry and then put the other one on like a little bit more defensive. It's okay to have a Smolder Boy. It's okay to have a Cassante top lane and allow them to be allow them to get not carried, but just more defensively sound. Because that's the big thing the fourth wall are having the arguments with. As fourth wall, we're getting that bot lane tower, are going to pivot towards his mid lane. Should be able to get a little bit of a chunk off here, but just take a look. Unique instantly counteracting that with this bot lane tower.
Yeah, great play from Unique, just understanding where and how to maneuver around the map, and they didn't lose that much around that. Fourth wall really didn't have the numbers. Vardax, for some reason, was looking in the jungle instead of trying to take down that mid lane turret. And that means the gold lead is slipping further and further towards the side of Unique, and starting this queue definitely in their favor as they're setting themselves up. And you know what? This is the angle that I'd be very worried about Fourth Wall if they over-aggress, but maybe Fourth Wall are going to restore some faith to that still looking on the top lane.
Yeah, pushing out towards that top lane. Really well played to find that solo bolo. One thing that you have to remember about Olaf, it's still a champion. When he finishes that first item, he can almost kill anyone. So finding that reset, heading towards the mid lane, see if he can help the team.
Ooh! Bob lost him in the bullet time in response to the Braum. Blocks the entire thing. Vardax is going to bring the first kill. Unique are trying to fight back. They're the team with the advantage, but now they're down 2 members in that fight. One more kill to be found. It's only that Hound knocked up, and Bash will save that fight. The double kill for Vardax, and they're going to look for the dragon.
But what a play coming out from the mid lane of Wanted. 4-man ultimate, and then you have the Braum dealing all of the damage or defending it against Dead Hound. If that Braum wasn't there, Unique would have won that fight. But because he was 4-4-0 on the side of Fourth Wall, Dragon in towards their pocket as well. And now they're only 1 away from that soul points. This early game comp, it's working out for them.
Yeah, they get the Infernal Souls. Really gonna work out so well for them because that eases the mission of the Olaf. It eases the mission for the Vardax, for example. But that was a perfect fight, you know? Like, Wanted, he's been having massive multi-man ultimates on the Yone. He's also doing this on the Nico as well. So it looks like Wanted might just want to push his team through that finish line. It's going to be a matter of whether or not they can continue to play like that. Because much like the first game, they need multiple players to step up in these team fights. Otherwise, the execution is just so easy from Unique.
Yeah, just absolutely sensational. You have to think about it. There's plenty of people who can go for these big outplays, and that was one of them as he was finding that 4-man ultimate. Both teams in a position, still pretty strong. 30 seconds till this Baron. Unique trying to set up for it. Don't have the quickest Baron take with the Misfortune being their AD carry, but they can try to burst it if they want to try something. Side laning is still in a pretty good position. The only problem I have for this Gnar now is 2 items completed for that Olaf, and most importantly, that Seek's Virgin with the slow. If Gnar's caught out by just only a little bit, easily Olaf should be able to run him down, especially if Ghost coming up in the next 30 seconds.
Yeah, that's definitely the plan, but the problem about that plan is that they can be caught off in other ways. They find the angle for the quickness. Maybe this fight is going to be much better. Grison already brought down to half health, but never mind. Fourth Wall are able to find the angle, but they will retreat after Lundorf is in the mega form. The shuffle could have been there. The bullet time in anticipation of the shuffle, but it didn't come in, and that pump faked their own AD carry.
And that's not even it. Did you see what Bash did? He tanked the E from Dusty. If you ever tried to stream a shuffle in towards the backline, but one person is in front of it, you just get completely stopped. So if he didn't do that, that would have been a 4-man ultimate. Unique would have been able to get those kills in that position. But Fourth Wall now able to defend towards the mid lane has given the opportunity for Theodore down here to push out this wave, get a reset if he wants to, or even join the team to try and gain control for this dragon in 2 minutes 40.
And, well, they've done great work here on the side of Fourth Wall. They need to get to that dragon, however, because, as we've said, like, the barrier for the team is going to be so difficult because the Olaf does not have the tools to enable him to get in easily. You know, when you see an Olaf, usually you see it paired with an enchanter of some sort. Usually it's the Ivern in the jungle, but we've seen how high the priority is on banning that Ivern on both sides, really, because nobody wants to give that and then have a top laner that is super powered by the Ivern shields and just the slows and everything that it gives in the same term. Unique now, they just need to play these fights better because we've seen them look for the angles, but they've been somewhat disjointed. Like the timing between the Cyclone, the quickness, the shuffle, the bullet time, everything is either a second too early or a second too late.
Yeah, I completely agree with you there. The big thing you could have just said is just play the fight better. That's an easy way to win league games, is just be better. As Theodore down towards the bot lane will have to be a little bit careful. Ultimate had to get used by Dusty, and with Dusty being down here, it gives an opportunity from the side of Fourth Wall, having no real member in towards the mid lane to push this through, to just have to Caitlyn chip around this mid lane tower, because once they open this up, Fourth Wall can go towards the enemy jungle a little bit more comfortably and get themselves more control over towards this Baron. As you see so many wards littered in this Fourth Wall jungle, maybe an opportunity later on for Unique to find some flank TPs.
Yeah, definitely an opportunity for them to find that. And I like the play that they established it. You know, like you look behind the Baron spit in case if the enemy team is starting the Baron, the one there by the Raptors in case you want to find a flank angle towards mid. But in the same time, Fourth Wall, they got a lot of leniency in these fights. They got 50 seconds. They want to be there for the Dragon. That's why they're establishing their priority towards mid and top, knowing that Wanted should have his TP by the time the Dragon goes up. But Lundorf at the same time wants to keep that Nico there, because without the Nico, the team fights are going to be much more difficult for them. Keeping the wave push, keeping the Nico occupied, and keeping her off that TP, with them being on the Mega Form. But by the time they get to the mini, that might be the ghost line for Wanted to just go TP, look for an advantage for a fight where they can go a 4v5.
Yeah, that's going to be really what they want to do. 20 seconds towards this Dragon. It's going to be do or die from the side of Unique in this game. If they give this over, these team fights are going to become almost impossible to try to get this Olaf down. But if they can just hold on for a little bit longer, the Gnar in the top lane should be able to get a lot for this. So what they're going to try and do is stop Fourth Wall from taking it, but not have an engage onto them as well.
Yeah, 6 Grub as well. Lundorf can easily go push for the entire inhibitor there, but he's already charged almost the whole way to the Mega. It's Grissom and Theodore that are being called. The Mega is looking for the angle. They're looking for the complete ultimate, but here comes another format from Wantage. They try to solve them as they can, but this Viking is way too damn angry, and they're gonna clean them up with an ace.
And Wantage keeps finding these amazing 3-4-man ultimates, and with Theodore having the Ragnarok available, making sure that there's nothing Dusty's ultimate could do against him, they get themselves a clean ace out of nowhere, getting themselves a mid lane tower, getting themselves a Soul, and now a Baron into the pocket as well. And the funniest thing is, there's a gold lead for no one in this game.
No gold lead as of yet, but with that Baron falling down, the picture should easily change. It was Unique with the early game lead in terms of gold, but they've given away too many objectives, and now they're going to have to pay the price for that. Soul down, Baron down, but if the last game is anything to go by, we've seen that it may take quite a while yet, and this game might have a fair bit of life left in it.
Yeah, plenty of time still left. If Unique want to finish off this game, the Baron will really be able to help them out. Or sorry, if they want to try and defend the game and allow them to stay alive, they need to try and defend against the Baron as much as possible. I'm expecting Fourth Wall to probably look for this top lane outer tower, get that out first, and then slowly keep pushing further forward and further forward, as the only thing I'm seeing the Unique could be playing for is in 5 minutes time, and that's going to be that Elder Soul.
Yeah, they're definitely looking for that one. But well, Fourth Wall, fortunately for them, they have a lot of standing gold to recuperate back, and their gold lead is going to grow further and further. They got in the outer turret. The inner one is next, and Unique is trying to look for an angle for a collapse. But in the same time, I love this from Grissom. Established the vision, got themselves in the setup, and they need to abandon the top tier 2 because they know that Grissom is there, but Grissom is an angle. They find an ultimate combo. They're looking for that kill. They find 3 stacks into quick stats, but at the same time, Dusty with the 6 grubs is able to fight back. They got an objective bounty, and they might go pound for pound, tower for tower, but now they're looking for the angle, and Meganar is there. Vardax has to be very careful. The Meganar is still going to look for the jump. Every ultimate is in there, but even that ultimate from the Misfortune is going to be cancelled shortly. No angle for the bullet time, and it's everything going on for Fourth Wall as Unique continues to find their woes. Back-to-back wins for Fourth Wall.
And Fourth Wall, what a way to finish this off. Getting ultimate after ultimate after ultimate onto Wantage, being able to finish off this game and bringing this series 1-1.
Shouldn't have been like that. They should have found their ultimate combos. Dusty's trying tooth and nail, but there are 3 members left alive, and they're very low on health. Even if you proxy these minions, still a few more left remaining, and the Fourth Wall will crumble the first tower and the first game of Unique as they go 1-1 in the series.
Fourth Wall woke up halfway through that game. They were like, you know what, we're done trolling. We're going to take this over. And we're starting to see the cracks with how Unique likes to play. They want to scale up, but once they figure out a team that knows how to scale, plus have a good early game, there's nothing they can do as the Olaf plus that amazing mid laner being able to find those 4 3-man ultimates to finish off that game puts myself in a position where I'm favoring Fourth Wall more and more as they're going through this series.
I mean, everything is really looking up for Fourth Wall. Wantage have turned up big time, both on the Yone and now on the Nico, just enabling the rest of the members. And you put Vardax where Vardax is comfortable. Just give him a champion that is going to have an easy time, scale up. And you know what? He does have some damage. He's definitely contributing to the team fights, but you don't put the brunt of the work on him. Just give Theodore and Wantage the time and space to allow Vardax to be the silent heavy in the team. And I just love the way that was played, especially from Wantage. Like, you see a 3-man ultimate into a 5-man ultimate into 2 4-man ultimates back to back. And that's exactly what you want if you're on the side of Fourth Wall. For Unique, my one takeaway is that, and I'm pretty sure you're going to agree on that, is that we never really saw the clean wombo combo that we expected out of them.
And, man, everybody is loving Misfortune most recently because of its flexibility towards the mid lane. I don't know. I just don't like it. Okay, the main reason I don't like it is the last game is a perfect example of if working is amazing, but you're first picking it, leaving Braum open, who's amazing to counter it. You don't really have champions to have the easiest setup for it. You don't have like an Amumu to instantly lock people down or a Malphite or something on. There's just too much that has to go right.
They could have picked Kai'Sa there. I think.
There are plenty of different options that I think are better in that situation.
Yeah, and well, they're going to have to count these options because game 3 is on the door. It's already 1-1. The teams are tied up, and that's going to make it a BO3. So stay tuned. The first game of that BO3 is going to be coming right after this break. Oh, welcome back to the NLC. Fourth Wall and Unique has been neck and neck. Game one has gone for one side. Game two has gone for the side of Fourth Wall. And Zath, you've been here with me in these two games, and you said that game two just gave you a very different air, whatever is going on in this series.
I really feel like 4-4 was able to wake up in that game, especially with that Nico towards the mid lane 4-5-man ultimates, doing that 4 or 5 times in that series, able to really open up the game from the side of 4-4. And the main reason I think that there's a breath of fresh air for this is they had an early game lead, got Pro in bot, got Pro in mid, able to take away a few of the camps from the Wukong on the enemy team, but they're able to push it further and get themselves a victory in a decent amount of time. 26 minutes. We got it before 30. I'm pretty happy about that. And I think in the next game, if they draft anywhere near like that, I think they're up to maybe take a second game here.
I mean, they've pretty much tried to keep their drafting consistent. And I feel like for the side of Fourth Wall, really what happened there was definitely just Bash doing Bash things. So I'm going to be completely honest with you. Because Vardax was slightly behind. I mean, I say behind, but Vardax was even in the name that he was supposed to be ahead in. So he's behind in that sense.
But you're against Dusty. You have to remember that.
Yeah.
One of the best mid laners here. Probably the best mid laner at scaling up into the late games. You can't really blame Vardax for how it was difficult, but he still played very well towards the late game. Probably definitely more impactful in the team
than
fights.
game one. Yeah, absolutely. I would definitely say that. But in the same sense, I would say that I don't know if I still trust Fourth Wall that much because we've seen how shaky the mid game was. The team fights were impeccable. They were pristine, especially from Wantage. But I just get that feeling that maybe Unique are going to actually win the mid game hard enough. The Fourth Wall are not going to be able to come back into the late game and play their team fighting in the way that, surprisingly enough to myself, to you, and maybe to everyone that is watching, Fourth Wall has been primarily team fighting much better than Unique throughout the series now.
Remember, 2 new players on the side of Unique, top lane and their support. So kind of makes sense why the team fight has gone a little bit of a dip as the picks and bans have already flying through, thinking that Olaf was a little bit too good in the hands of Lundorf. So taking that away is the Sejuani first lock. They love to pair that up with a Yone towards the mid lane, so that may be coming out pretty soon. As Unique, picking Cassante here feels a little early. I think you should try and give yourself counter pick later on towards someone else, as that Zeri is going to get locked in.
That's a Camille angle right there. You already see
100%.
the Cassante, you already see the Zeri. You got a layer of lockdown. Theodore loves to play aggressive champions. We've seen that on the Olaf, and that's just a shoe-in. Right here, just pick him, and then pick a mid laner, and your draft is already set. You can even pick an ADC if you want to. Yeah, you can go Camille Yone. I'm not a big fan of the MF, but it also works pretty well in that sense, because outside of the Zeri, everybody else is probably going to be close range.
Yeah, Zeri super squishy as a champion. If you can find any form to CC plus that Misfortune ultimate, should be able to win out these fights. But I don't see a reason why Unique can't just pick up the Braum in a second, unless maybe 4-4 want to try and take it away from them. But then plenty of different options into that. So we'll have to see what 4-4 are cooking here. But Camille feels like the best option here.
Oh, okay, Theodore coming out with a special. The scary part is I've seen that before, but
is that top
lane? It's very risky. I believe it is.
Because it could be top lane, yes, but it can go as well to the support role if they wanted to. That's the thing. I'm trying to think about. So NASA's probably towards the top side, able to scale up against Lundorf up there quite consistently, as that Leona is going to get locked in on the side of Unique, as 4-4, I expect them to be banning away that Braum, as it seems like Unique, instead of going for that front-to-back team fight, are trying for a little bit more engage.
Yeah, they definitely have the option to play for the engage, because now you got a target that is easily going to be engaged on, which is that MF. And I feel like that's the scary part about the MF. When you pick her that early and you still leave away too many options, things like that happen. And now on the side of fourth wall, you actually could have been thinking about, hey, how about we actually narrow down the pool of the junglers even further? But now you got to be worried, not just about junglers, but champions that can engage as well. 2 birds, 1 stone in that Vi. But now mid lane pool is going to be the part that I'm most considerate of in that second phase of the draft.
The problem is there's so many different champions both of these players can have, mostly AD heavy. For both of the Yone's available, they can either go towards the Corki if they want to. Nico Nico is still available. They want to go for that. Even Azir, plenty of different options. Unique yet again, scaling up, and 4-4 are finding counteractions towards it because they know one team's going to scale. Pick champions which either hard out scale like Nasus or can win in that early game like the Misfortune. And 4-4 finally got themselves in the position where I think they're a little bit more comfortable, as Nasus can just scale quite comfortably against that Cassante without much support.
Yeah, of course, that is the case. And that's why I'm assuming we're going to see a jungler that can punish that. And there it is. The Viego just fits that theme perfectly. You got 2 champions in the Cassante and the Leona that want to find kills, and that single kill can easily snowball out of the control with both the Zeri and the Viego. But now you give yourself options on the other side. You got the Leona. I feel like this is such a good Rel angle here. Just go Rel. You pair with the MF. It's such a good answer. The Brand as well is an excellent option, and we know that Bash loves playing those AP junglers.
I'd be really happy with an AP jungler here. Allows your mid laner to go AD against the side of Unique.
Wait. There's such a one already. Is that Brand AD carry and MF
could be
mid?
Has been played by Fardags before. Gives themselves a safe bot lane, able to get the push pressure when they need to. Can have that Misfortune towards the mid lane. And to be honest, we don't need to know yet. Their flexibility is still there for both of them. So now Unique are in a position where, yes, they get last pick. Who are you going to counter? Because you don't know exactly who you're going to. So Unique, they've got a great counter. And if they just pick Quay here, it's okay into both. But you don't get that major, like, wow, this lane's lost now. And that's the problem with picking Cassante first. Leave this last pick for your top laner.
Yeah, absolutely. I do agree with that. And you know what? Cassante is going to have a bad matchup regardless if he's going to go up against. And I love this from the side of Unique. They understand that.
Is it way AD carry?
Yeah, no. Yeah, it is a way AD carry. That Hound is actually more proficient on the way compared to Dusty somehow. I don't know, man. It's 2024 and mid laners are playing ADCs better than ADCs, and ADCs are playing mid laners than the mid laners are. And this is the timeline that we're in. But speaking of that timeline, it's Sejuani top, Brand jungle, Nico again for Wantage, and as he said, it is that Nasus support. And that is going to be an excellent adaptation from Unique because it's such a hard counter to the Zeri. So how about we just go send the Zeri to the mid lane and you don't have to worry about the Nasus?
Do you know why it's a counter? What one ability does Nasus have? Do you know, Volt?
Wither.
Yes, Wither. If anybody's played against a Tryndamere or even a Nasus, they press it on them, they cannot move anymore. Yes, I mean, physically they can, but they're going out of snail space, allowing the rest of your team to find a pick off onto them. So that Nasus pick early on makes a lot more sense. But now Sejuani top lane, Brand jungle, I think 4-4 have just cooked a little bit too hard here, if I'm honest.
Oh, I don't know if I agree with you there, because the one aspect that I love about the fourth wall draft is that it plays really well into that fight fire with fire play style. You know, like you got the team fight comp on the side of Unique. Well, we're going to team fight against you. And sure, you might have a longer range with the Wei. But if you want to go in to be in the range of the Zeri playing and the Leona playing and the Cassante playing, that shorter range is the space that fourth wall should occupy and should easily win out in.
Yeah, but the problem is I'm having is Unique now have prio in towards the bot lane because of that for flex. Mid lane is completely safe as well. So now this Nasus is kind of a sitting duck down there in these late game team fights. Even if Zeri can't get in range, you have to poke from the way. And then when you finally want to go in, you can have that reset coming out from Viego, creating the space available to allow this Zeri to create the fight. So I think the Nasus, great idea, but because Zeri's flexible, is going to be able to do so. As the big thing I talked about Unique is their flexibility of that Zeri and that Corki, and I think it's really saved their butt here.
Yeah, absolutely. They played all the cards pretty well, both teams here. But really, Unique just got the last laugh of being on the red side and saying, hey, how about we just change this entire draft on its head? And I'm pretty sure if you're supposed to see that draft for the first time, if you've just tuned in, you think, oh, the icons are wrong. And then you see, oh, wait, Theodore has Ignite. And that's a NASA support with heal.
I think Nasus just goes top here, no? It doesn't do amazing to Cassante early, is able to be completely safe, can scale up. Sure, maybe they can tower dive it, but you can have Bash there to give that safety. I don't know. Just like fourth wall, their idea was 80% cooked, but it isn't finished. It's still raw on the inside, it feels, with their comp.
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely one thing. And the other thing that we actually haven't really talked about, if you're talking about the Nasus and the MF together as a combo, the armor shred that is present on that Nasus E also aids the bullet time. And now I think about it, in a 2v2, that can be devastating. Like a bullet time with somebody that has 15 to 20 less armor, especially considering their 30% armor, and then it scales up to like 4. It should be 40 because you're not putting any points in the in the queue on Nasus in the support role. So you should have 35 to 40% armor reduction in that bullet time. Even the Leona's gonna melt if you're losing 35% armor.
Yeah, 35% armor is going to be a lot, but the main thing I'm thinking about is slowing them for 35% and crippling them. Imagine you are a lonely Leona walking through lane. You just get withered and then you can't walk out that MF ultimate. That could maybe be some cooking there if they want to try something along those lines. So super exciting comps coming out from both of these. Grissom, with this AP Nasus variant, is mostly there to just press E on towards the enemy in the early game and give them lane priority whenever they need. Compared to both these junglers, I'm expecting the 6th camp clear. Bash is going to be a little bit faster than Viego, but we all know AP junglers in this meta. Super fast at clearing these waves with quick hit. Taking a decent bit of damage there. No W available just yet. Does mean that this Q coming out from MF is really going to start hurting.
Yeah, definitely is going to start hurting. And I feel like around level 3 is where we're supposed to see the peak of that team comp. 2 points in the E for the Nasus, 2 points in the Q, or at least a point in the Make It Rain. And then they have to sit in the Nasus E compounded by the MFE slow. And that just can make things much, much more difficult for the side of Unique setting a lane. Luckily enough for them, Grissom has really used too many E's early on in the lane, so the mana will be a concern, and that's one of the things about playing Nasus support. You don't really want to spam too many of these E level 1, and speaking of things that are spam, Theodore shouldn't spam that dive because Nundorf can just flip them back in, and that's the first blood out of an outplay of the Cassante.
No flash available means he is going to die in that situation, instead going for that ignite, and that's such a difficult loss there as they won't lose too much for it, but giving over first blood not going to be what you want. As if I was 4-4, this might be cooking a little bit, but I remember the days of APMF, maybe for a possibility of going APMF with AP Nasus to try to poke them out solely in lane. Probably more of a solo queue thing than you should do in your actual competitive games, but we will have to see. As 4-4 trying to push in this wave, haven't had much positive news on that. So Unique, with that available, going to be able to walk in towards the enemy jungle, should be able to pick up this Skullcrab for free, and maybe even the second one in towards the top side as well.
Yeah, and I don't know about that positioning from Grissom. Remember, you're not a top laner, you're super squishy, and that's the kill already given away. Banana sees on that Nasus. He can find a Wither angle. He can throw somebody to death, and they're going to find that one. Deadhound finding another kill, and it's a take 2 twice in a row where Theodore could have flipped himself in, and Lundorf is going to miss that third Q. Then Tofus are still in the angle. Banana C looking for the last attack, and they're going to find that kill. It's 4 for Unique. Could have even been a 5th in the top side.
Nasus just overstepping in towards the bot lane. He should have just given up that Skullcrab, headed towards the top side, grabbed that, and probably could affect this top lane wave. But now 4th wall losing in every single lane except for this mid lane. As Unique Lundorf
He should find that kill there. It should be pretty easy. Still
Yeah,
got the
that's no
Pathmaker
ignite.
as well. Theodore got no angle. They find one more, but can they find the slow? No flash on Lundorf, and he's being spaced out pretty well, but he should be caught in due time. Lundorf decides to push that wave, try to make Theodore pay. And Theodore does have the TP, but he is going to elect to stay here, try to absorb that XP from the wave before recalling.
Notice the Baniasi, because of everything happened towards the bot lane, reset it at a later time than you usually would in your games, giving himself the benefit of the doubt. Should be able to pick up this top wave without anyone coming here to hurt him. Also having his jungler nearby will give him that safety he needs. But 1,600 gold lead from the Unique side. They usually have an 800 gold lead on average at 15 minutes, so a really strong early game. And when you're going against a cheesy comp like a Nasus bot, like a Sejuani towards the top side, if you can get a lead early, it's pretty hard for 4-4 to come back from this.
Yeah, it's even harder if Grissom keeps being unable to land those E's. Remember, Nasus is really good in the bot lane against traditional carries because you can find the angle while they're auto-attacking. That Hound doesn't need to do that. That Hound is a mage and a very long-ranged one at
Dusty.
that. But speaking of the 80 carries, Dusty's coming in. Quick has already found the angle, and Grissom has done a lot of damage. That Hound is pretty low, but remember, there is still a Zeri, and it's looking for the chase, and they're going to ignore the Nasus. Heading in for Vardax is at least looking for a consolation kill, but there's too much crack control, and Vardax is going to easily go down. Unique will expand their kill lead to 5 kills, and we'll even add a dragon on top.
I think that's the first round down. Dusty's done this whole entire split so far. Really well played from him. Knowing that he TP'd slightly earlier than Wantage allows him to stack that 2 wave, getting him down towards the bot lane to help a kill. But Unique overstays.
Ooh. Great flash from Bash. He thought just that fear coming in from the way, and now they got the Wither. It should be an easy second rotation for Bash. It's just a matter of waiting 3, 2, 1 more second, and they'll get that kill. Ignite them ablaze, lit him up, and Bash is going to find a second kill in return.
Yeah, finding the kill there. Deadhound will be safe and alive, mostly because he used that TP and the flash earlier on to get himself out to safety. As 4-4 yet again feeling like they are on the back foot, but 2 kills onto the brand could be changing this around. But Unique trying to push their lead even further, will be grabbing up those those void grubs for themselves. Nobody really on their team going to be massively able to use them later on, except for maybe the Zeri, but Zeri's going to be at the team.
Oh, that's an interruption, but it doesn't matter because the second time is still going to count. Theodore is going to escape through one side, but Banana is still there. They can just get the grubs and dive back, even if Wantage is there. Not a whole lot that the Nico can do in that situation. The all-out is still on. Lundorf has cancelled that recall. Now the Viego's looking for the angle, and they've cancelled that one outright again. Theodore is still alive, but here comes the cavalry. Bash and Grissom both back in. The Viego should be caught. That's a full combo of the stun, and even the E from the Nasus is gonna confirm that kill with the damage over time from the fire of the crowd.
I'm not sure what Baniasi wanted to do there. I felt like he just got a little bit too cocky, thinking that he was going to be safe because of that invisibility from his W, but that isn't going to be enough as Quicketh has the Hextech Flash to get over here if they want to make the play.
I mean, they're looking for the play, but here comes the Paw Blossom. Both of them are found. They're going to at least find 1 kill, and they will. A trade back, and Dusty will survive. 1 for 1, however, which doesn't end up too bad for Wantage, despite him also losing that wave. It is an advantage for Unique, but at least they got the silver line and got a better side of fortune.
Yeah, Unique would have been happy if they could have got both out, but at least a small wave will get pushed in, and a second one on top of that. And it's even bigger than that when I actually think about it. Take a look. Kushidora prior towards the mid lane. This first dragon should be going over to the side of Unique without any contention. So Quicketh pretty happy with everything they have been able to grab at the start of this. As 2 kills in, Zeri, no traditional AD carry, isn't going to be getting that thing called damage. Instead, going to get those Merc Treads, going to be pretty safe in that lane. Trying to make sure that Wantage can't one-shot the Zerius. That's really the only opportunity Wantage has to find a kill in this lane.
Yeah, not a lot of opportunities otherwise. But speaking of opportunities, Vardak is on level 6. And they definitely do have a chance to look for that bullet time angle. Wantage is halfway through the Paw Blossom. And that's literally what I'm looking for right here. It's like the timer of the ultimate of the Nico. And will Wantage move towards the bot side? Because that's their winning line right now. 3 kills on Bash is great and all, and Bash can definitely aid on the other side. But if Lundorf gives away a kill here, things are going to be much more difficult. But never mind, he makes it past and he breaks over that board. And they'll try to break over some more. That hand is forced to flash away, and Grissom is going to thread them even more here.
Yeah, pretty good play coming out from Montage. Has that teleport available, but actually gets stopped. I mean, they won't be able to pick up this mid wave. And Dusty, one of the players who just consistently doesn't like to move around the map, wants to stay towards the mid lane and grab anything he can. So now 20 CS lead, should be able to pick up another tower plate pretty soon. So that gold lead in the mid lane slowly building. And Zeri, one of the champions, when you get towards this middle late game, can really take over.
Oh, well, they're going to be taken over by the amount of crowd control that is present from the fourth wall. That's a big shutdown to find. And it's going to go over to Bash. 4 kills out of the 5 in the hands of that brand. And this fire does burn.
Yeah, Leandri's Torment finished as well. So much damage coming through from him and more to be expected pretty soon afterwards. Zeri dying there is going to lose a wave or two as well themselves, but nothing that they can't come back from. As we see Brand towards the top lane, I'm expecting them to be going for the Void Grubs, who will spawn in the next 30 seconds or so. While I expected more of this Viego to be able to scale up in towards this late game, as both of these team comps, when we get to these late game team fights, it's got to be about that mechanical skill, it feels.
Yeah, and I mean, they still definitely got a chance on the side of Unique. Definitely Bash is going to be the big problem, and it seems like Bash could do no wrong so far in that fight. Lundorf doesn't have the dash. They got the ultimate combo, but the Pathmaker couldn't have been any better. However, it doesn't matter if they light them up ablaze. They could have found the damage. One more bounce, and Lundorf was dead. Luckily for him, Bash did not flash in time. Elected to keep that for their own safety instead of finding that kill, and that will pay dividends, because if you look at the minimap, everyone from Unique was there to pounce on the re-engage.
Yes, Lundorf has the teleport as well, so it's going to be very difficult for 4-4 to try and find a fight unless they get this pick.
Oh, they're looking for the pick on Bash, but it's too much there for the side of Quickstep. They're looking for the angle, and All Out is still available. Lundorf in the heat of it. Dusty as well. Very low health into the Yona. She's going to go down, but Zeri is going to go nuclear. Lifts them all up, and despite all the damage coming in from Bash, remember, no ultimates for the big team fight. And here comes the ultimate. 1, 2 does not matter, because the possession is going to prevent any of those damage to go on Banana State. And it's going to be a killing spree for the Cassante. 3 kills for them, 3 kills for the Viego, and 3 grubs to be found after.
And Viego down towards the bot lane is able to push in 2 ways, get themselves a few tower plates towards themselves, and these 6 Void Grubs should be going over to the side of Unique, and this is huge for them. That Brand using Ultimate early on was the reason that 4-4 wasn't able to join that fight. So now, with those extra kills into their pocket, 3,000 gold lead, top laner in an incredible position, same with mid and same with their jungler. Because this Brand, 4-0, should be having a lead, but 3-1 on towards this jungle on the side of Unique practically negates everything there.
Yeah, I mean, it's not even just about the brand, because if it's just the brand and Viego in isolation, you will definitely still tip the favor in terms of Bash because of how much stronger the brand is unconditionally you finding that possession and finding that reset. But the main problem is, you look around the team and you put it in context, and the game is just much more difficult for the brand to play. Any single mistake, you give away a possession over to Bananasty, and that will be game over if they use that Feb brand to feed against the other team. Meanwhile, the ultimate combo didn't pan off for fourth wall, again a bit stunted, but they're trying to give that one another go. The bullet time is almost there. The Paul Blossom is already reloaded, and they're gonna try to contest that ocean. I mean, good for fourth wall because they really wanted the latest soul, because last time when fourth wall won their own game, it was just about getting that very quick soul and getting that one stun and flash.
Yeah, they really want to try and push this through. We haven't seen the Wombo combo coming out just yet as Quickith. Yet again in a bad situation.
Kristen is in the really bad situation here. Caught off by the spiraling despair. And it's going to be more and more damage. No Shield of Daybreak, no re-engage there. Even making Dusty walk out of that one. And Griston didn't even have to find any further complications of getting out. But the complications are going to ensue on the top side, because Theodore lost on the Olaf. And this time it's going to lose even harder on the Sejuani.
And that comes down to the 2 plays he did earlier. One guy underneath the tower and the other one, Lundorf just finding an amazing outplay. Means that this top lane matchup has just gone awry from how it's meant to. So Unique, with a better position, will be able to pick up this dragon. And we still haven't seen that wombo combo. I want to see the wanted 4-5-man ultimates we saw last game, paired up with the MFO, paired up with Bash's ultimate. You see the idea that they're trying to go for, but the execution just hasn't been there yet. And the question is, this NASA support, imagine it was a Nautilus, imagine it was even a Rel or something along those lines. I feel like Fourth Wall would be in such a stronger position to start these fights.
Yeah, and I mean, that comes down again to the excellent drafting on really both teams. Because, you look at that team comp and think, how the hell did Fourth Wall end up there? But Fourth Wall really had all the right ideas. They got the right answers. But the problem is, the goalpost of the question did shift a fair bit on that other side. And now they're trying to answer that with finding a Herald, at least trying to keep up in terms of that goal. That's not only a third that will be found later on. It's also an objective bounty for the blue side that they're looking for. And for the side of Unique, they're trying to set them up for the angle. That's going to be a big stun to be found. The objective bounty is completed, but Wantage could be caught. Wantage is already down to half health. Lundorf is looking for the bullet time, and the all-out is going to be there even before the Blossom does pop. And Vardax is in melee range of everybody else. I don't know why he's that up close. I mean, even Brand is going to go down, and Vardax as well is going to go down as well. And that leaves Theodore and Grissom, the last two remaining members. Thankfully, know that they will not die, but they're just watching their team goes down one by one.
Going down one by one, won't be able to get anything for this, as Fourth Wall looked for the engaged, but instantly getting killed by Wantage before that Pop Blossom lands. Means that Vardag's ultimate, yes, it was hitting onto members, but has to stop it, otherwise he's going to die himself. And then running away towards the top side gives the opportunity for Unique to pick up this mid lane tower. First items complete all along the board for every single member here, but I'm expecting with Unique, after finding those kills as well for Zeri, to most likely get that second item.
Yeah, second item for Zeri is going to be such a big turning point, especially, you look at the rest of the team. Second item already completed for that Cassante. And yeah, the Cassante is the member with the most gold in that entire game. That just paints you enough of a picture in that situation. Even the Viego, he got the Hex Drinker just to make the game even harder for them to pick them off. And when I'm looking at something like this, I'm trying to figure out the way for Fourth Wall to come back into the game. And the one real option that they have is a team fight gone right. A team fight where they find all of their abilities and they don't allow Lundorf to find a flank angle, because that has been the main problem. Because you can kill Dusty, but you can't kill Dusty, Bananasty, and Lundorf all at the same time.
Really difficult to try and go, as we're finally seeing a different look from Unique as well this game. A little bit more controlled, a little bit more sensible, it feels, and that might be helped by them playing a little bit more defensive.
The Wither has found a big angle, but the claws are even bigger. The Despair will spiral, and the Blossom will not pop. And it's going to be yet another team fight where we see the bullet time is just going awry. No time for Fourth Wall, no chances for them as they give away even more kills.
Oh, man, it's so difficult. It's so difficult to play Misfortune. You see the reasons why I don't like this champion. I understand it's strong in lane, but that was a perfect team fight and AD carry to try and take over. But they're just not able to do it. And that isn't Vardag's fault. This guy, been in the LEC, incredible player. But that ultimate just not able to do enough for the team. And save this NASA support. If that was a Nautilus in that situation, found the engage, and they would have been able to win the fight. So it just feels like Fourth Wall's, the way they've drafted themselves today, or at least for this game, is making it so much more difficult than it needs to be. Nothing taken away from Unique, as now they have a 7,000 gold lead, pretty close to taking that bot lane tower as well. And everybody on the side is a gold lead on the Unique roster.
Yeah, and matters are escalating for the side of Unique, as everybody has completed the 2 items, barring just Deadhound and Bananasty, who, wait, does that Thunderer now build into Maul? Or is it just going to build into Asterix?
Well, Hex Drinker. Stags. No way it goes Stags. It goes into more Malmortius. 100%.
Yeah. That was. I just don't remember the new build path because I really hate Tunnelers as an item.
No, that's one thing you have to build a lot, especially onto like AD carries or when you play ARAM. I always tell people, guys, just build Magic Resist. They're full AP. Build Magic Resist and you'll be fine. Really a lot of fun. If you guys don't play enough ARAMs and you need to relax, play some more ARAMs. as we're seeing some ARAM in towards the mid lane. Fourth Wall versus Unique. I think Fourth Wall, you just give up Dragon here, head towards the top side, see if you can grab yourself the top lane tower, as they have those bounties on them. So I don't think they're winning any fights right now.
Yeah, well, they're trying to get the ARAM to be into an era where everybody's random in the river, but the river is in control of Unique here towards the side of the dragon. It should be an easy pickup for them as they're trying to find the Chemtech. That's going to be the sole point. Easy work for Unique. But the main point for Fourth Wall here is that they're still trying to fight a team fight angle. Theodore's on the flank. That's a misengage from one side. And Despair is only going to be eaten by Grissom. The bullet time is there, but it really misses the mark. And that's going to be a double kill for Bananasty. Looking for the jump in. Lundorf has found the other one. And Lundorf as well is going to jump on top of it. And the Fourth Wall will not withstand the pressure of Unique.
And they just can't find the combo when they need it the most. The Fourth Wall falling down here. 5 members, Ace, and only 3 on the side. Unique getting taken out. Won't be able to push the lead anymore, getting any towers. But I think they're going to be pretty happy with grabbing that third lane dragon. Because when we take a look at those items, Zeri, 2.5, 2 items onto this AD carry as well. So Wei in a pretty comfortable situation.
Yeah, comfortable situation for everyone in Unique, not really just the Hwei. I mean, the Hwei got the Curb Doom almost completed. That tier that should eventually end up in a Seraph that is going to make the Hwei even harder to kill already than what they already is. The extra amount of range that they have. But Unique, well, I feel like they just established their win con, but this should be easily their win. And after seeing a game 1 that was that neck and neck between the two sides, seeing the Fourth Wall sweep game 2 and now Unique sweeping game 3 is just making me feel that this can go anyway.
I told you, I think it's going to be a best of 5 as Nasus. I don't think you want to be there.
Well, that's the Nasus support, all right. That's the Nasus support that I see in solo queue.
Oh man, I love the idea. I love that Fourth Wall were trying to cook, but they have just... They burnt the pie.
They got cooked. No. I don't think that they burned the pie. I think that they got cooked back.
They got put into the oven. Unique just, shoveled them in. Pantheon Baker by the sides, making sure that everything's going right.
And I mean, the fact that you have a team as flexible as Unique just can be a testament to how dangerous they can be in series like these. Because that was such a great idea of having an Nasus, but the fact that Dusty can just say, hey, give me this Zeri, I'll take a Zeri mid lane, don't worry about it one bit. And it functions that well. That just tells you, like, Unique have strengths that I think not even teams like 42 Gaming, for example, or Rich Gang has when it comes to the way that they draft and they approach the...
If you want to talk about flexibility on draft, there's a number 1 team is 100% Unique, and the best champion they are at flexing is that Zeri. So to build a counteraction towards the Zeri just doesn't really make sense when they just have so much flexibility on it.
Oh my sweet
Wantage.
Yeah, he's dead.
It's okay, man. He's on the grey screen. He doesn't have to look at it anymore.
Well, I mean, we might have to look at Lundorf because he's taking that fight 1v3, and I'm pretty sure Cassante is funny enough where he can take that fight and win, and he's gonna elect to go for that one. 1v4 Pathmaker.
He's just out.
The space. He even dodges that one. He is out, and they've expanded a whole lot on that side, and he can decide to re-engage if they want to, but they say, hey, we don't even need to. We got
he's over half HP. He's over half HP. He took no damage there. Just popped the ult. Took more damage from popping the ult than anything else as Unique down towards the bot side. Zero people there get themselves a tower. And now Lundorf, all alone in the mid lane, is able to pick his own one up. And now 4-4 in a position. But they're just losing everywhere on the map.
They're desperate to try to find an angle to Wither. They find that Wither badge is pretty low, but Deadhound might be caught here in the bullet time. They got the first kill, but guess what? There are still more people to find. The Zeri and the Viego, both of them will come up big as it's a double kill for Bananasty, and this should be all she wrote. 24-8, and that was domination from you.
Really what we were expecting from this team. Unique, yes, they have 2 new players, but we know how good they can be in these mid to game late fights. 23 minutes in, positive win for them here.
Positive win. Big win, but the quickest one at the series. And if Unique continues to play like that, if they're able to find draft edges the same way that they found in game 1 and now in game 3, I am so scared for the side of Fourth Wall because they've been trying to go for comfort. It worked for one game. It almost worked for the first game. But right
Okay, you
here,
could
yeah,
not
that
say that
was
that
not
was
it.
comfort. You picked NASA
The
support.
Nico, no, the Nico was comfort, for example.
Okay, because I was about to say, if you're saying that Sejuani top and NASA support is what they're playing
Nah.
in solo queue 24/7, can't believe you there. But really fun game to see. Really inventive drafts. I feel like if they roll it in a little bit more, have a few adaptations for if they want to build play around the Nathos, that has to be one of your last picks. It can't be that early on unless you
Yeah.
can fix it
Or is it
towards that
flex?
top
Yeah,
lane. Man, it
exactly.
should have been top. Just should have been top lane there.
I was really taken aback by the brand because I thought that this was it. I thought the Sejuani jungle, put the Nasa stop, he scales in, and then you know what? If you don't even want to basically play in the basic way, you could have taken the MF to mid and then put a Seraphine in the bot lane.
Yeah.
And
There's
that would
so
have been
many
a
different
great game.
answers.
Yeah, that would have even been easier setup for the MF, which we're struggling with the most. I mean, I look at that team comp. I even look at Unique's team comp in game 2. Everybody got quote unquote the good setup for the MF, but it's the team fights are just unapproachable, even if you have these good ultimates that you combo up together.
Man, trust me, you are going to get on a rant about MF, so I think we should probably go to a break before that happens.
Yeah, okay. Let's go to a break, and on the line already, fourth wall will be facing elimination as we come back to you, so stay tuned. With their backs against the wall, pun definitely not intended. Fourth wall now are 1 to 2 down, and they'll have to fight their way back to at least force the silver scrapes. If not unique, well, they seem destined to actually get through to the next round of the lower bracket. But how do we feel about the last game? Because you and I have had a lot of discussions, even in the break, about how this draft's really queued over what could have been a very playable game for fourth wall.
Comp diff. That's it. Comp diff. Move next. Don't worry about it. Go to the best one because fourth wall have counterpick. They are on the red side, meaning R5. They can decide what they want there. And their top laner, Theodore. Yes, he didn't have a good game last time. Yes, he kind of got a bit stomped, but that was 2 accidents, okay? Otherwise, think about the Olaf game he had. If we can maybe recreate that, fourth wall might be able to get themselves back into this. This last pick is going to be crucial onto that side. Still, Unique will have that first pick as the Zeri. Very much open for them. Flexibility last time made sure that this Nasa's pickup, which was a little bit spicy, didn't really hit the mark.
Yeah, didn't hit the mark, and neither will the Olaf, because that's going to be banned out as well. An easy Cassante for Lundorf.
But why? But why pick Cassante early?
Look, here's the thing. I will say this. It's not the worst thing in the world.
Okay,
sure. No.
Sure, they could have picked Yumi there.
Because, Theodore. Okay, now that's a little bit mean. But yeah, if they are actually able to mind control fourth wall into picking that MF again, it's game over.
Save me, guys. Save me. The thing is, I would love to analyze these drafts better, but we have a Cassante first into a Warwick. Warwick, incredibly well into Cassante. One of these champions that counters these bruisers or even these late-game team fighters. Actually, amazing counter versus a Camille, if you ever want to have that. But Bash going to be picking in that Smolder. Seeming like fourth wall are going for this hybrid team fight comp / side laning. And would you even add Warwick in? Because it could even go towards the jungle.
I mean, you add Warwick because he's the stopgap you need in that game. Like, Warwick is flexible. I'm pretty sure he's probably going to go top. But yeah, like, I feel like, are we sure that the icons are in the right place? Because we're seeing Unique picking Ezra and a fourth wall picking a Smolder. Okay, I think everything is in its right place, but I really like the fact that, you have that top laner that can fill in the gap while the Smolder is weak in the mid game, can play up that 1 or 2 item spikes, and then when the Smolder gets online, the game can be played. However, it's going to be kind of difficult for the Smolder to play into that sense because, Leona Ezreal is such a good lane to actually find pressure on the Smolder, outranging him and even out-damaging them on the full commit. That's why I look at the ROM and I just gotta ask myself why. Like, sure, it does provide some protection from maybe something like a true shot barrage, but are you anticipating more big skill shots to come afterwards, and that's why you're picking Braum in anticipation?
Well, Braum is mostly to just keep the Smolder safe because it is very much tank meta.
You could have gone Milio.
Yeah, could have gone Milio, but you don't have that front lane tax that forces your jungler into it, and your jungler's Bash. And your top lane can't play because they've already picked, the Warwick. So they definitely needed a tank there. That was defensively sound and safe as a blind pick. So Braum, the best one to do that for the team. As a second bad face, the brand going to get taken off the bat. I expect fourth wall to have an AP jungle and an AD mid laner as Wantage. I don't know. He enjoys those AP mid lanes if he could pick them up. But at Nico not being able to find as much in that last game. And now with Nezreal on the opposite side, trying to find that engage is going to be so much harder.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be super hard, but at the same time, that means that you would want another member of that team to provide an extra layer of DPS because the Ezreal cannot take the entire brunt of their own if they're going to bring multiple tanks on the side of fourth wall. It looks like that they will. Bash again on that Udyr has been pretty confident on it and is actually going to even support that theory further because with the Braum and the Udyr, even the Warwick is kind of tanky. You really need somebody else to do an extra bit of DPS, and the AP junglers are still an option, especially Zyra, the really last remaining bastion that we haven't seen picked in the series.
Yeah, it could be coming out from side of Unique. I really would like them to pivot more to this front-to-back teamfight comp, have a little bit of poke damage from the Zyra or any other ones, even the Karthus here could be completely fine. Likes to get into the mix and be a little bit annoying, but they still going to pick up the Azir towards the mid lane. Does go with that big team fighting comp. You just want a little bit of a front line, someone that can give protection and can be this just disruptor Zach, very good at doing that. Is a special case jungler, does mean that the ganks will be a little bit more weird for them, but the top lane, not where I'm expecting him to be looking. Instead, all of their focus should be on the bot lane, trying to see if you can make a play around there.
Yeah, and the good thing for the Zac, as I said, he's that like edge case of the junglers who hasn't really been that hurt. But the fact that you can still go like behind the tri-bush if you're on the blue side here. You can go behind the tri-bush and have a very long gank with the elastic slingshot. You don't really care about the river changes as much as most of the other junglers who primarily have to walk their way in there. But in the same vein, you give away one and you're gonna have to give away the other. Vantage here on the ASOL, and I feel like 2 dragons is better than 1. I definitely would agree, but maybe you're just taking it a bit too far, at least in my own book, because I feel like the Smolder is gonna scale so hard, the ASOL is gonna scale so hard. Sure, I agree, but that leaves your early game to be super susceptible, and Unique can easily capitalize on their own.
And it feels like these nameplates should be swapped, like you said before. Yeah. Fourth Wall's comp is a unique comp. It's meant for the late game. And with the Smolder and with the Aurelion Sol, they're both going to get pushed in early. They're not going to have any control, which leaves you to only play for the Warwick. So at least they've been able to fix that issue. Man, like, Warwick getting picked so early, and same with the Cassante. Like, everything about the drafting doesn't make too much sense to me. But so far, with how the comps have been coming out, I do have to favor slightly the side of Fourth Wall. I think that they can do stuff in towards the early game, but mostly because both of these teams very much like to get towards the late game. And once you have a Smolder and an Aurelion Sol online, they should be able to win these team fights.
Well, we've said that about the first game, but remember how long it took for the Smolder to actually take over. I mean, sure, the Corki doesn't scale as hard as the ASOL, but like
the Corki gets prio in lane.
Yeah, exactly.
Corki allows you to move. That's the big thing. You have such an amazing jungler with Bash. Get Prio in the mid lane. Allow him to invade. Help him become this big damage carry instead of him helping you, which it really feels like it's going to be. Bash is going to have to do an amazing job of being the protection, being the one to save Mr. President, except for now he has to save. He's 2 presidents on his team at this point, so we're going to have to see if he's able to do it. And even Warwick. How is Warwick going to perform in these team fights?
I mean, in the team fights, I would anticipate you really want the Warwick to be catching off the Azir with the ultimate, because that has to be the main takeaway here as we head on to the Rift. And well, I'm still looking at it. I'm still trying to see who's your main target as the Warwick. I mean, anybody can really be the target if the game gets long enough. Like, there will come a point in the game where whoever the Warwick ults, if they catch them, they're dead.
Yeah. This is do or die for Fourth Wall. They lose here, they are out of the playoff contentions. But if they're able to win, they still need to win one afterwards to finish this off. Very much scaling from the team, saying, hey, you know what? Unique haven't been able to push out these leads as successfully as before. Let's scale up and let's try to get out to the safety. But I'm still super curious about this Warwick pick. Amazing in towards this Bruiserweed Champions. It's a little bit like the top laner we saw, the Olaf, going to be incredibly strong in this 1v1 situations. But later the game goes, still going to win that 1v1, but won't be strong in these team fights.
Yeah, surely. But not even just the 1v1. The fact that Theodore here can even probably outplay a 1v2 in the early levels is something that can be very dangerous if you're considering things from the side of Unique, because they gotta play the lane in a way where they know that they can commit, but Theodore cannot sustain through it. And sure, Bananasty does have a fair bit of CC in both the slingshot and even the Q out of the Zac there with the punches. But once that runs out, you don't really have a whole lot of other ways of stopping Theodore from auto-attacking, and Theodore is just going to take that luxury with a very deep ward. Sure, they're spot on their own, but they know that the Zac is going to start on the top side eventually, which is going to make things much easier for Bash as they move in and they can piece 2 and 2 together.
And it's super important that they can spot where the Zac is early, has some amazing gank potential that a lot of these other players don't have. And with Smolder being super weak in the early game, same with Wantage. They just want to keep looking for fights, keep poking him out, so when he gets towards this bot lane, they're going to be low enough to look for that dive.
Yeah, early aggression coming in there. Good work to proc the passive. You really needed that, but that's a bit over-aggressive there from the other side. Dusty, however, unable to reciprocate the damage onto Wantage, who is now trying to space himself out. He's taking some bit of damage, but Bananasty is very close to the bot lane, and they've pushed in the third wave, which means that Bananasty might actually have a chance to catch him on the lane gank on the retreat.
And this is even more curious. Do you remember that ward they placed earlier by the Warwick? Instead of going towards the top side, doing a 6 camp clear towards the bot side, he completely leaves his blue buff because he doesn't need to use that mana. And instead, it just clears his full bot side quadrant to get himself in a position where he's completely unspotted so they can maybe look for that bot lane dive. But Theodore in a great position top side has got Lundorf to pretty low HP, and he will constantly just keep healing up here.
Oh, he was thinking about the dive, but he's going to take out too many third shots. The flash in, and Theodore is going to trade 1 for 1. But that's a massive wave left under the third for the TP.
Theodore is just an absolute Chad. That's the best thing to say about him. He flashes forward because that tower was able to get hit, but he wasn't able. I don't even know, man. Like, he's done this twice now on 2 different champions, stacks 2 waves, and he just dies.
Could he actually have lived with the barrier there? I don't think so.
So if he didn't, get nerfed by the tower and he was able to stay on top of him, he would have been able to get the auto attacks off, flashed out instead of having to flash towards him, and he maybe able to get out to safety. But still pretty happy with how it goes. Able to make sure that Lundorf loses a few of those minions. That is already substantial lead. And all I'm getting is flashbacks of the Olaf, somebody who can just completely take over if you give themselves a lead. And this is what we expect from 4-4. We expect this from the top laner to be able to take over these games.
Yeah, and flash for flash doesn't really hurt the Warwick that much because the Warwick like to stand their ground. And they are able to stand their ground here for Theodore. And especially considering the fact that Bash is probably going to be pathing towards topside by now. By the time that Lundorf is actually able to stabilize the lane, maybe even push it slightly into Theodore off of that recall, which is going to make things slightly problematic for Lundorf when we get back into the game itself. But the good thing for the side of Unique is that their bot lane is able to establish the ground control and the bases that they need. We're aggressive. We're going to win the trades. So your Smolder best stay away from the farm and just concede some of it.
Yeah, and the only sad thing I've seen is the way that Baniasti was pathing. He was going towards the top side instead, clearing out those waves and making sure that his top laner was okay. I would have liked him just go towards the enemy jungle. Worst case scenario, you don't find a gank, you lose 2 of your camps, but still, you give the priority down towards your bot lane, especially when you're against the Smolder. But we will have to see as, he's towards the top side. Junglers, just dive this, have fun. Even though they probably would survive.
That's too much fun. Yeah, look, that's too much fun, too much variance. I feel like what they're doing is the right thing.
I mean, they picked Nasus support and Sejuani top. I feel like they have it in them.
I mean, they definitely have it in them. And Bash do spot Bananasty without any more camps remaining. It's very easy for the 2 players to just contest for that scuttle and evolved ultimate there to quickly ease off that crab. And Bash is going to back off. Vantage escapes the 3-man gank, and the hand-holding is going to work well for the Smolder, but it's going to open up more opportunities like this later down the line.
Yeah, but so far, 4-4, happy with how the game's going. Scaling up, only your top laner has died once, but is able to get a kill back on top of that as well. So nothing too bad. Lundorf having a little bit of difficulty trying to push this wave in. Even though Warwick looks like he's low on HP, this is his perfect threshold. Able to heal up slowly and just keep going for these small trades against Lundorf because he knows that he wins out in these situations.
Yeah, not just that, with the Vamp Scepter as well, he's able to at least slightly heal up while above half health. He's going to make things much more difficult for Lundorf, who does not have an all-out and has to respect the presence of the barrier of the Warwick. And that is putting him in an awful position where he's just really looking at the minimap, hoping the Bash is not there. Not spotted on the Raptors, I assume. Which does mean the Bash does have control of whatever they want to do. Smolder is left alone to their own devices, and I feel like that's what they want on the side of Fourth Wall, to have that 1v1 of Smolder against the Ezreal. We're sure you're still going to lose that 1v1 if they commit on you, but the Smolder can space them out good enough to the point that they don't have to worry, and that's exactly what's happening here. Vardax eating up solo XP, farming things up, and no problem, no harm, no foul.
Absolutely just chilling, having a good time in this situation, and everything is just coming up on the side of Fourth Wall, as he was spotted earlier by the side of Bash, as Lundorf should be okay here, and Lundorf actually wants to try and stop Theodore from getting back to the wave, to try and stop him from being able to set up the freeze. But yet again, the freeze is there and it's making a position where Banyasti has to head towards the top side pretty soon. Otherwise, Theodore can just keep setting up this freeze and just slowly choke out Lundorf so he already has a 10 CS lead.
Yeah, and the freeze is already established as well. Remember, no TP from Lundorf, no jungle pressure as well, as we see Bananasty there on the dragon. Confirming the first one for Unique, which does leave the Cassante in a bit of a woeful position. Luckily enough, the perfect item is there. The Bramble Vest always here to save the day. Warwick will not be able to heal as much in the trades, which does actually make the sequences a bit harder for the Warwick. They need to trade from when they have higher health there on the side of Theodore. But at the exact same time, that means that that's money that's not spent on a steel caps or one other item. And Theodore does have the ult. They're just waiting for the crack control to land to maybe go for the all-in, but they just elect to even hold the freeze further. And that's a 20 CS lead that might be expanded even yet more if they keep holding that position.
And they just keep scaling up. If they were an early game comp, I would say, why are you setting up a freeze? You should be pushing this lead. Seeing if you can find a tower dive, seeing if you can find a different way to get Lundorf even further behind. But the way they're playing it, it's just allowed everyone to scale. So Unique in a position where they have to keep forcing something. So they're looking bot lane.
In bot lane, he'll use Vardax, not called by the slingshot, but called by everything else. They will at least try to find a trade. Turret shots are actually off the champions, and now they're going to shoot back. That Hound doesn't have no problem in tanking just a single one. The ultimate is there from the Ace Soul, but they're going to take the brunt of the damage. Bash has to flash away, and that means it's an easy escape for you.
This is what happens when you go for this late game team comp. You can't go for any of these fights, or you will try to lose them as top.
Oh, the barrier is there. They're going to tank the damage. And the rest is infinite. The healing is coming up. Theodore should be able to win. That one flash is in for Ludorf. He dodges the Q, has the hunger, has the fear. Should win that trade. The fear is there. The barrier from one, the barrier from the other. The Indofo strike will not be enough as Theodore gets the second solo kill.
And that barrier coming in clutch. There was such a small opportunity. If Lundorf hit one more auto attack, he would have won that dude. But now, fourth wall, at least they're still winning towards the top side, but their bot lane just fell apart because of Bash heading towards the top lane to try and make a play. He was late for that bot lane dive, giving Unique an opportunity to set that up. So now Ezreal with a kill, Banyasti with a kill as well. And with these Void Grubs in towards their pocket, Unique at least has something to play for towards this bot side, especially with Leona having that level 6 soon and with this top lane or jungler having level 6 as well.
Yeah, much unlike the way that Unique are playing this one. Fourth Wall do get both kills on the top side, but they don't get objectives out of it. They don't get the grubs. They don't even get the prio to push the plates. It's just mainly all very close fights. And sure, you got a big 30 CS lead here on the top side, which does amount to a whole lot. But if you can't convert it to even a further lead, that's exactly what's going to happen. Unique are going to buy the space for Lundorf to eventually stack up, get to play the steel caps, get even more tanky, and make the trades with Theodore even more difficult.
Really difficult to say the least. Is this top laner, Theodore, really showing the power of this war? Because now he's just come to the point where he could just walk into Lundorf's face and not have to worry. We already see the healing reduction coming out from Lundorf, but the problem is Warwick. Plenty of healing in the pocket, almost has that first item completed, so should be in a pretty comfortable situation no matter what. As yet again, Forful holding the line towards the bot side, trying to make sure that there's nothing they can do if they've littered wards all in the bot side river. So if they ever try to get in there with the Zac, it's going to be a lot harder. But fortunately, they're looking mid lane.
Oh, they got the shuffle, but they canceled it under the tower again. And the dive could have done well if actually the tower were aiming at the champions. Unfortunately for Wantage, the aggro has dissipated, and they were able to walk away unharmed. And now Theodore is the one that is in a tough spot. Remember, we've seen them fail that dive before with Sejuani. Know the rest, but enough healing not to worry about Lundorf except for the dive. He got the fear, and he got that kill in the big bad wolf in the top lane.
And he does it yet again, finding the solo bolo, and the snowball is just rolling and rolling and rolling. And Lundorf, the longer the game goes, the harder it's going to get, as they have almost double the amount of gold that Lundorf has in this top lane, has a solid 1,500 gold lead, half an item up on them. So even though the gold lead looks pretty good towards the top side, it's completely even in the game. And that's because when you look at towards the bot side, they've already found a kill on the AD carry and a kill on the mid lane. So Unique still fighting back.
Yeah, fighting back they are. But their lead is in different places. Like, the Ezreal isn't gonna snowball lead as hard as the Warwick, who is already 3-1 ahead and 40 CS ahead at this point. Which is gonna make things almost impossible for the Cassante to fight against somebody with the Blade of the Ruined King, let alone a Warwick who can even sustain a bit further. But in that sense, I'm looking at the Ezreal, and once the Mana Immune is complete and the Trinity Force is complete, they definitely got a chance at shaking up these fights.
Definitely have a chance on this. Fourth will have first move on towards the dragon. Has got itself to half HP, and Unique are completely giving this up, which I'm actually not the biggest fan of. I wish they moved maybe slightly earlier where they could have contested this fight, as they know they get outscaled during the game. So if they had the possibility of getting these early dragons, it could have forced the enemy team into fights earlier than they were expecting, giving Unique a good opportunity to try and win these fights.
Yeah, good opportunity that they're looking for here on the side of the bot lane. First time was a success. Second time seems to be the same because Vardax is caught up and they're going to have the multi-man kill. They're looking for the damage. Vardax is heal. He cleanses. He flashes up Bananas. He follows. And it's going to be an easy follow-up into Grissom as the door is looking at the wrong side and they're going to shut it right behind.
Zach, the champion that can just finally engage from nowhere, it feels, as Theodore won't be able to find that top lane kill, but will be able to find a lead because they won't be able to pick up this tower or won't be able to pick up this wave on the side of Lundorf. So Unique being quite aggressive towards the bot side. I was expecting more of a defensive phase from them, but with the team they've been picking, why haven't we seen more Unique like this side that has some more early game agency?
I mean, it's because of the way that they just like to play the game. You don't usually see Banana Steel on all of these very early aggressive trading junglers. He usually likes the farming ones. And speaking of farming, they're trying to farm the wolf camp. It is in the jungle, but it will not be caught for the time being. It's a shut down and it's handed over to the Zac.
Yeah, 30 seconds down. This should just be the Void Grubs over to Unique, and this is going to be all three without any contestation. So Unique losing quite a bit there, or gaining quite a bit there with that big shutdown going up towards the Zac, meaning when they want to go for these bot 3 versus 3 fights, Zac is going to feel a lot more comfortable in here. Smolder will get a little bit of time towards the bot side to try and clear this wave. There's Bash looking to hit onto Quick-If, but too tanky on this Leona.
Yeah, and that's the main problem for Bash. Bash on their own, sure, the Leona is going to do a lot of damage over time, but you got more DPS coming in from the Azir, from the Ezreal than your team can handle. That's going to be 6 grubs confirmed over towards the side of Unique, and now they're looking for further work. Bash is there with the teammates. They're looking to return the favor in the dive, but they can't find the space, so just about escorting that blue here out.
Yeah, again, the unit out of safety. Forful trying to use their numbers advantage towards the bot lane to make a play, but if you engage onto a Leona, we know when that W is available that they practically take no damage unless you have some armor shred, which of course no one has this early into the game. Theodore giving over that 550 gold bounty isn't going to affect his lane, but it's definitely going to affect the game of Montage and Fardax. We're going to have to see if they want to go for another dive early on. I'm expecting Bash to mostly focus around the bot lane as well, like him to try and make sure that he's there to counter the plays, because a lot of the time it always feels like he's 10, 15 seconds behind where he should be.
Well, he's already behind here. He's on the Wolves camp, and the setup is being established. Grissom is pretty low on health. It's going to be an easy first kill, but at least Bash is there to deny the second. Maybe even find a trade as Banana's taking a fair bit of damage. The Dragon is there, looking for the angle. The Comet will not connect, but it should be an easy kill onto the Zac as he's going to reformulate into those blobs, and that's going to be a kill handed over towards the Dragon.
And that's a 200 gold shutdown. Smolder's really happy with how that's gone, and the big issue was you don't have Prio in the mid lane. Azir can't move as fast as the Aurelion Soul, so you need to get the kill and get yourself out, but because they went for an overextended play, the side of Forful was able to pick up a kill, and you just can't do this going against a team that outscales you. You need to be very precise on when you are strong and when you are not.
And well, they found their point of strength and they tried to go for it, but it's a bit of an overcommitment there to really just not completely back off and accept that one kill, take the first third and leave. They got the first third at the end of the day, and you can tell 15 minutes, 2k gold lead, despite not having a lot of plates in the top side. The mid lane turret and the bot lane turret do make up for that.
Definitely so. 1 minute time till we get ourselves the next dragon. I'm expecting both these teams wanting to pick this up. Unique using it as a win con, while Fourth Wall can use it more as a stall strategy. Amazing wave clear in every single lane. Warwick Tower is being completely untouched up here. I want to see if they want to actually bring down Warwick to try and contest with this fight. They could do for that, or maybe instead could even leave him towards the top side and completely just give this dragon instead and just try to play off Warwick again a bigger lead.
Yeah, and I feel like this is the exact time where you want the Warwick to get out of the lane itself. You just want to take that top tier 1 so the Warwick can participate a bit more in the team fights, because Theodore can definitely win a 1v1, but as I say that, look at the damage coming out of Lundorf. And sure, Theodore is able to heal a lot of that back up, but in the same time, we're not worried here. There could have been backup. Luckily, the backup is on the favor of the fourth wall. They're going to get that Herald, but it's going to be yet another dive in the bot side. This time it's Wanted. The skies will descend. That's a big 3-man ultimate. Dusty's going to be brought down. A Wanted is still alive. Can he do more? The answer seems to be a no. It's only going to be a 1-4-1, but that's going to be Lundorf breaking down in the top side.
And everything's working out for fourth wall, even though the AD carry dies there. Everybody on the side of Unique is so low that they have to give over this dragon. They get the top lane tower as well. So fourth wall, seeming like they're starting to get to the point without scaling. Unique keeps forcing these fights.
Managed to use the Grom to heal up. They're looking for the angle here. They could have it. Remember, 3,500 gold. Health, rather. And here comes the mama. But can she kill the man? It looks like that she will not be able to. Vardax not strong enough yet. Unable to find a dragon as well. The cousin not helping in case. The cousin is actually hurting. But here comes the second dragon. And 2 dragons are going to be able to amount to 1 kill. But will not be able to amount to an Inferno. That will go to the side of Unique.
Yeah, Theodore on the side lane able to pick up a bit more, and this is the issue with not having TP up top lane. Fourth wall going for the play, which I think was completely fine, but with the double T coming through, you have to get yourself off of it. But we'll have to see if that is going to be worth it, as Theodore really wanted this tower here, but is finally going to back off as Leona coming around to him, as the gold lead is actually in the favor on the side of Unique by only about 300 or almost 400 gold.
Yeah, the gold lead is definitely made up, but you can tell most of it is actually in that top lane for the side of fourth wall. Look at Unique, it's distributed all across mid, bot, and support. And that's the important thing for Unique. They want both Dusty and Deadhound to hit their timing. Dusty already got the Naturalist Tooth on the way to the Deandres, but you know what? Being on the way of being caught here is going to be a bit of a problem. The stun connects, and Bash is going to find that Phoenix form, looking to find a kill all out from Lundorf. He's making a lot of space, but that's not going to be enough, because Quicksets on the other side should have been caught as well, but he's also got a flash of safety, and that will mean that the Cassante will be the one to pay their life in tribute, and that will be paid off to the Shaman. As Bash finds one, Theodore finds the next. It's another trade on the top side. The team fights do continue on one side, but Vardax unable to find a damn thing, as Dusty is going to make him done and dusted using the Sand Emperor.
Yeah, going to be able to pick up a lot towards that bot lane, as now the side of Unique can open up a little bit more. Try to push out these waves, see if they can gain anything of these outer side towers. But the issue is the amount of wave clear coming out from Wantage should be able to clear this mid wave, should be able to clear this bot lane again and again and again. And you have to think, how do they open up the map? Because they want to try and overload one side, find a kill, and then make it where they don't have enough wave clear. But if you don't kill both Wantage and Vardax, one of them should be able to clear both waves.
Yeah, that's what I'm assuming, is that, you know, we're going to get to a point, however, where both teams are going to have good wave clear, and then we're not going to have to worry about the wave states for either team. We're not there just yet. When the second item is completed for both the Azul and the Smolder, we're going to be there. But Unique are already in the top side waiting. It's a 3-man death trap, and Wantage is heading right into their impeding doom. You just need to wait. They already spotted one Wantage. Where are you going? You're gonna be caught. It's everything coming in, even the Zenith and the Solar Flare. Everything connects, and the Dragon will go down.
Yeah, Dragon going down allows Unique to get this top lane tower. Still, bit of time before Vardax gets himself to those big stacks. Needs another fight. Needs another 10 minutes, most likely, to get himself to the points Unique. Using this time they have, using the priority of a 2-item Azir, 1.5 item Deadhound, to get themselves plays around the opposite side. But if they make one mistake, Roy's going to take a lot on the bot side.
Well, there it is. They call Vardax yet again. Nothing that they can do. They heal up, but there's no way that they can escape the 3-man squad of Doom. And now they're trying to look for Banana Steve, but I think that's a bit overzealous. That's the chance that you're not going to take. And Theodore, he's forcing TPs. He's definitely looking for tier 2s. He knows that the rest of the team is there, so he can try to go for the turret at the very least. I don't think that there's any saving that Baron.
Yeah, no way they're going to be able to save this Baron. Unique finding another pick towards the mid lane, gives themselves a position, and it's all about Bash. Can he find a way in? Has the flash.
Oh, the rest from Theodore, he finds that kill on that side. No TP, remember, but they're gonna walk in. Who's gonna smite it? Bash is there, 1200, but it's gonna be the blue team, and Bash is gonna go down. And Unique saved the game off what could have been a smite steal from Bash, but that failed.
If they stole the smite, imagine the amount of stuff Theodore would have been able to do in this game. Still will be able to pick up this bot lane tower, but with that Baron now available, he may have to be forced into these big team fights. Still, one thing that Forthwall don't want to do is try to get into these big late game team fights. Theodore trying to run away, doesn't have that ultimate available. With Flash and those cinders available, should be able to get himself there.
Yeah, out of harm's way they go, but the main problem is that's just temporary because there are 40 seconds left onto that Inferno Dragon. So point it will be for Unique. And you can tell, they already established all the vision that they need. They got in that control with the Scuttle as well, knowing that there are no vision on the side of fourth wall. And they're going to even add more onto that fuel because they're going to get that blue buff. And that could not look massive on the outset. But the Asol doesn't really have that much mana without the blue buff because he doesn't have a tier.
Yeah, going to be really difficult. Mana can always become a big issue, especially for champions like the Udyr, if they try and use their abilities too much. But with the Baron available, Unique pushing out mid, pushing out this bot wave, and they pushed out the top wave earlier on, giving themselves an opportunity to have enough members here, as nobody has to match Warwick for the next 30 seconds.
Oh, and that's the good thing for them. If you're on the side of Unique, you trust that you can win that fight. Fourth wall, however, can they hold on for dear life? They're trying to turtle, and that could be enough for Theodore to maybe pressure an inhib of their own because that's uncontested. Remember, they did not go for the Inferno, so they want to take the fight that will win them the game. And here goes the Zac. They're looking for the engagement. Everybody's slowed down by the Asol. Asol is well the time. They're gonna break the inhibitor down, but there should be another inhibitor courtesy of that Warwick. All they need to do is just keep doing what they're doing. Keep canceling the recalls. Don't give them the chance. The turret is down. Inhibitor is next. Recalls, however, have come in, and I don't think Theodore can do that in time. 1v1 Virlandorf is easy, but how many more have recalled? It's also Dusty in that angle, and there's an all-out coming in. Theodore is looking for the angle, and the rest is there. They're trying to heal up, but they cannot kill either. Neither can they get the inhib, and that means that Unique have won out on all fronts.
Yeah, they're winning out on all fronts. They can defend this mid lane tower. It might go down, but at least they grab the wave. So with that inhibitor down, they're still looking.
Oh, and they might find something. Look at Bash's position. TP out as well. They're trying to find Dusty, but he's just going to shuffle his way away. The Dragon will force the flash, but the Skies will descend. And that's going to be a kill for the Asol. Can they continue to fight, however? Remember, Baron buff means it's impossible to actually get the push onto them. And that's not going to happen. If anything, it's going to be the Dragon going down, but not just one. It's going to be two.
Dragons towards there. Now, on towards that soul point. Unique 5 more minutes before they can get themselves to soul and get themselves practically secured wins in these fights. But I remember when I said that in the first game, they were still able to lose with a Smolder fully stacked on their side. So still plenty more to play for. Vardag's a big player for this team, trying to see everything that he can try and do when he gets those stacks up. But Warwick's been trying to do stuff in the side lane, but my biggest issue with this champion is, yes, it did great in the early game, but imagine a Camille in this situation. Would have been able to easily be able to break open that inhibitor.
We've been preaching the Camille the whole series, but
I just love that champion.
I think the champion is... Look, Camille is better in the split push, is better in the 1v1, is better in picking off the Ezreal. The only thing that Camille doesn't do as well is just be as abusive in the top lane as the Warwick. I feel like the Warwick is definitely a cheese pick. It has found its value, but the main problem is he didn't really stabilize the bot side in the mid lane as much for the Warwick to be able to keep fighting those one-on-ones. And sure, Lundorf is 1-6, but does he care when his jungler is 6-1-9 and your AD carry is 7-1-5?
It's going to be difficult to say as 4th Wall finally having Theodore join them, trying to see if they can defend the base as much as possible. And when they have no vision like this is the perfect time for an elastic slingshot in towards the back line. Remember that hit onto Vantage before, got himself that flash. If they get onto him one more time, there could be maybe lights out for them as 4th Wall clearing these waves pretty well. Smolder and Aurelion Sol known for being able to clear these pretty quickly, but Theodore not so much. So maybe there's an opportunity if they stack 3 waves at the same time, they could find him in one of those lanes and try to push through.
Yeah, it looks like top lane will be the place because they already established that Azir turret is gonna self-destruct, but they've gotten what they wanted out of it. They kept the entirety of 4th Wall right there towards the top side. Another wave building in mid, and they're trying to play the ping pong game. But the main thing is, will 4th Wall reach their spikes? You're talking the stacks on the Smolder and the Sky's Descent now is online for Vantage. With enough stacks, that should be enough. It's 25 minutes, 3 dragons to 1, and they're looking to knock on the inhibitors after.
Yeah, trying to push this through, but it feels like they need another Baron. They need to have stronger minions to try and do this, or try to crash 2 waves at the same time. But for now, while they're waiting for the Baron to spawn, they're just trying to see if anybody oversteps, see if there's anything that 4th Wall does arise. 2 items on Smolder, 2.5 onto this Aurelion Sol. Maybe there's a possibility to try to push this through as Unique, looking towards the top lane tower, but constantly Vardax is here, able to clear this away practically instantly.
Yeah, practically instantly, but they could have had the angle there for the team fight if they just decided to jump on Theodore and Vardax. Vantage and Bash were pretty far away. Respect, however, is given by the members of Unique, and they're trying to take it the slower way. As he said, they need that Baron. Now it arises, and they're moving towards it.
Towards it, seeing everything they're able to do. As with that Baron available, the only chance 4th Wall is if they can try and find a still, maybe even a pick onto one of the other members.
Oh, they try to look for Bash. Bash is the one that has immunity to CC. Theodore does not. How much can Theodore sustain? He's looking for the angle. He got the barrier. He's pushed over by the wall. He got the duress. Healing up, but it doesn't matter because on the top side, 1 dragon goes down. The Spirit Walker will go down. And now it's only the Warwick left to try to fight against everyone left in that game. 2 kills for 4th Wall. But looks like that will be it because they find everything else. And the inhib is up next, and maybe even the entire series.
Trying to do their best, but what can you do? Only 1 member alive, everyone else up in 20 seconds. It's only going to be 4th Wall Theodore against the world here.
What can Theodore do? Looking for the angle, a ton of CC, damage reduction might be enough, trying to sustain, looking for that fight, but nothing you can do. That's gonna be the ace, and the 4th Wall will be bulldozed by Unique. They open up the Nexus, but Theodore has bought enough time for everybody else to go on, and we still got more fight in the series.
And it's because he was able to clear that wave, given a possibility for his team to come back and defend yet again. But 20 seconds until this dragon spawns. I expect Unique to be able to pick this up without many contestants, unless 4th Wall wants to try 4 versus 5, which I just don't think they're strong enough. But with their playoff chances on the line, they may just have to go for it.
I mean, they got the breakpoint that they want, 250 on the Smolder. I wonder how many stacks are there on Vantage, because that's the other thing that you want to be wary of. Like, can these passives outweigh how far behind they are in gold? Because it looks like they're actually going to give away the soul. They conceded that one completely and not even given that one a thought of contest. And I understand, your base is pretty much almost exposed, so you don't want to do that. But you need to at least contest the Baron, if not the Dragon.
Man, you can't blame them. They scale into the game. They've won team fights when they've given over that soul, so maybe they can do it again, but they need to have a perfect fight. They need to find a pick on either towards the AD carry or towards the mid lane. Theodore needs to find some magic here.
Oh, Theodore is looking for the magic, but he's going to be pulled away from the other side, even unable to duress, not in time. And here comes the kills. A 2-dragon might have scaled up, but it might be too little too late, because the entire supporting cast is going to be brought down, and Vardax will be pushed away by the Emperor. It's going to be 2 more kills. Last time it was a wolf. This time it's a dragon, but I don't think that even the mighty being has a chance against that Unique. Vantage is trying to provide the wave, looking tooth and nail to do all the damage necessary, but it does not matter. An ace from Unique, and they will finally crack down the 4th wall and take themselves to the next round in the lower bracket.
And it was confidence in the last 2 games as Unique is able to win in a 3-1 fashion, bouncing back from their 3-0 loss against 42.
Well, that's gonna be all she wrote. 29-13. Two games that went under 30 minutes is how Unique is gonna steal over that series. And well, game one's that might have been very close, but I feel like we've all been tricked by the first two games.
100%. First two games, 30 minutes slugfest. Felt like everybody was trying to find their feet, and especially Unique having a substitute top, substitute support really started performing in that third, in that fourth game, and got themselves a victory. Even though it was looking very scary in that last one, especially with Theodore able to get himself quite a few.
Yeah, there is such a thing as too much scaling, and I think we've just seen it. I understand one or the other, just not both. And I feel like in a game like this, I would have been more okay with the ASOL actually in comparison to the Smolder, because it's harder to dive the ASOL. The Smolder with a Braum, that's very easy to dive, but in the same sense, like what else could you have picked up in that game aside from the Camille? Because Camille, like I rest my case. Warwick is a good pick if you can do what Theodore did and just try to go like 4-0 in lane. But you make one mistake, and he did one mistake there, and that's the entire lead that you've gone just squandered just like that.
Hear me out. Fiora, nah, any split pushing champion,
Camille.
a trundle there. Camille.
Camille.
Well, you told me I couldn't pick Camille, so I didn't pick Camille. Right? I'll keep it to the story. But no, overall, did amazing into this early game. I'm loving these unique picks, but they need to find out how they pivot this unique pick from winning lane to winning game. So if Fourth will get themselves into this situation again, and especially Theodore, he will start to understand, because these players are amazing in solo queue, amazing on the team, but they just missed that final component to get themselves over the finish line.
Yeah, and I feel like that component definitely has to rest in that debate between the two junglers, because I don't think Bash has actually done too badly. I just think that Bash didn't really have a lot of options to play around. Theodore just wanted to live on his own island. The best thing that can happen for that Warwick is to go into a 1v1. You're losing mid, you're losing bot. You can't even really contest and go counter jungle, because that won't work out well when you lose prio on the other two sides. So like, I'm looking at this and I'm thinking, for the second time in a row, I feel like they definitely dropped the ball in the draft.
Yeah, definitely. A few adaptations they could have done, giving themselves a higher priority here, as they thought, we know how to scale into the game. That means we're going to be safe, but you just lose so much agency. Against any decent team, if you scale too hard, they'll find ways around it. That's why you're seeing a lot of priority on the Misfortune, very strong early. Even the Lucian, even though it's going a little bit less in recent times. So even the Rumble top lane, plenty of different options for this early game priority. But Fourth Wall, not the ones to make it today. It is going to be unique, as I believe we should be having an interview pretty soon.
Yep, and we were speaking of the junglers and the agency that they have. Banana Steel will be with us to interview this right after the break, so we'll be back shortly. Don't go anywhere. Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Man of the hour here. First of all, Bananasty, congratulations on winning the series today.
Hello, thank you very much.
Okay, so here's just how I want to kick things off. Game one, game two, they weren't the most solid out of you guys. Like it came a bit underwhelming. So how did you actually happen to run into that situation? You had the scaling comp in game one. It took too long, and I felt like the game was shaky. So how was the communications in your team camp going throughout that game?
Okay, so macro-wise, like we were communicating about the waves, how we wanna play it, how to set up vision, everything. I think we did everything exceptionally correct. But the worst thing is team fighting. Like we see teleport, everybody's saying go there. Is like crazy, and it's the moment when like on Barons, most likely we are kind of shaky, but. And that's the reason the game was so long, and we almost lost it. But we did the best, did our best, and we like secured our win. So
yeah,
beautiful.
completely agree with you there. Really well done on being able to win in a 3-1 fashion. Was a little bit shaky towards the start. That third and fourth game, you guys felt really shored up. And of course, you guys lost against 42 Gaming 3-0 beforehand. Was there any adaptations you did later on to be more ready for today's game?
I think we just trained the same thing as in the beginning of the split, just the basic macro team fight, and we are just doing it better from game to game, and it made us win. So it's not like we were very preparing for the fourth wall. It's just us playing better league, I think.
Fair enough, because I think the biggest issue with you guys going against fourth walls, because of course you had a substitute support, had a substitute top laner, putting you guys in this awkward situation where you didn't have your main roster, and then of course Theodore being the strongest player on fourth wall. Were you ever concerned that he was getting out of hand in towards the top lane, or did you guys always feel like you were in control of that?
About Bash or
top laner for 4-4.
Theodore.
Okay, there we go.
So yeah, like first like 2 games he played like on Olaf and Aurora, right? I think he played well, but it's not like he was out of hand. I think the issue started when we didn't expect Nico ultimate on mid, but I think the other was like making our game hard in some games, like on Warwick or Olaf, but in some games he just like weren't very consistent, like on Cassandra and Aurora. I think it wasn't his like best games. So he's I think he's problematic, but he's not like it's not very hard to deal with him, to be honest. So
yeah,
okay, that's my point of view.
I see. Yeah. So I like the confidence, but you know what? You say it's not too hard to handle. Do you think that Lazy in Life will also not be that hard to handle? How do you favor your run in playoffs?
To be honest, I really forgot the players from the Lazy team, but I saw they won into Garden Gaming 3-1, if I'm not wrong, and that means they are a worthy opponent for us to handle. I hope we can make it and defeat them.
Okay, I see. Well, I like the confidence, and hopefully we will be having an entertaining matchup between the two of you. So once again, Banasty, congratulations on the win, and thank you for being with us so much today.
Yeah, thank you very much. It was a pleasure.
Likewise. So yeah, guys, with that, I'll have to also thank you for tuning in. Zathos, any final words before we tune it off?
No, pretty much it. Hope everybody has been enjoying the stream. Absolute pleasure as always, Vol. And I'm excited to see the finals. I want to see who gets there.
Honestly, I think it's going to be a repeat of the upper bracket. Like, I'm going to be completely
probably.
Yeah. But okay, we'll see what happens there. So thank you all for tuning in, and we will see you on the next run of the playoffs. See you until then. Bye-bye.